Well, you're not wrong. And fourth level is always nice too because fourth level is everybody gets a feeder and ASI. So the leveling up in fourth level, there's generally not much complex to it.
What's
Wizards,
multi-classing?
well, okay, when you hit increments of 4 levels in a class, yes, obviously. All right, so welcome back, as I said, everybody, um, and welcome to the new folks. Um, I will. So, Bob, you're the only new person that I need to get some information to you between sessions on our safety tools. But what I will do um, is I want to point out real quick, and this is a good reminder for everybody. In the upper left-hand corner of the Fantasy Grounds chat, you have two buttons, two little icons. One's a slow sign, and the other one is like a stop sign. They kind of look like yield and stop signs here in the States. If you double click slow, you'll get that up. The scene is getting uncomfortable. Please pause. Consider everybody at the table. Double click the red one. It's gone too far. Please consider everyone at the table and roll back. Nobody can see who has pressed those. So if you are in a if you are have become uncomfortable with the content of what's going on, all you have to do is hit, depending on how uncomfortable you are, hit one of those buttons. If you hit the yellow, I will. What I'll do is we'll keep playing, but I'll narratively move us away from whatever we had going on. If you hit the stop button, I'll ask everybody to take 5 minutes. You can collect yourselves and come back. And when we come back, we will have rewound the scene to before whatever was going on. Uh, these tools are there for your use to use them as often as needed. On it, they don't get used very much. I'll throw that out there. Um, I do want to emphasize too, please use them for situations where you're uncomfortable. Uh, I had one guy, and I always love to tell a story. I had one guy on a Dragon Heist campaign, and it was my Dragon Heist campaigns. A lot of them I run 2 hour sessions as opposed to four. It works really well that way for some reason. And so it was about an hour and a half into a session, and it had been going in a very role play intense session. Like I think they had a handful of checks that they made in that time. Um, and after an hour and a half, somebody hit the button, the yellow button, and I didn't know what was going on. So I said, "Okay, well, we're going to move on." I said, "Whoever hit the button, if you feel comfortable with it, please let me know. You know what was going on so that I can sort of avoid that in the future." Tana, we've got a little bit of uh, breathing air coming through from your mic, so I want to, if you move it away from your face a little bit or something, maybe. Um, so anyway, hit the button. We moved away. I said, whoever it was, let me know because I want to be able to avoid whatever that content was because I couldn't figure it out. The kid, bless his heart. I say kid. He was probably in his 20s, not really a kid, but I'm old, so. Um, mess with me. Yeah, I was getting kind of bored. Everybody else was just talking, and I wanted to kill something. Uh, so
I
I
mean,
mean,
I feel him.
yes, but don't use the button for that. Communicate that a different way. Don't use the safety tools for that.
I feel like we'd get along great.
Yeah, actually, well, there was rolling. There just wasn't combat,
Not true.
right? I know you, Tony. I know you like to have the
I like to keep
as
the
long as
dice
the
rolling.
abilities are being used and the dice are flowing, you're good. But that's what was going on. Anyway, so the safety tools I'm missing out, and then Bob, I'll get you some other information during the week. Um,
I told Bob about a 3-hour game I played where there was one die roll
yeah.
and it was an Arcana check.
I mean, I'm not opposed to those sorts. They don't. My games tend to be somewhat combat heavy in general, um, on average. But that would be a
If we
surprise.
go 3 hours before a die roll, I'm hitting the stop button.
No, you message me, Tony. Don't hit the stop button. You send me a message. Put your name to it. Yeah, it won't bother me. You know that. So put your name to it. All right. And I won't call you out either. I won't say everybody. Tony says we have to move on.
I'm just
Uh,
giving you a hard time.
I know. I'm I just want to be clear. Um, for everybody, not just you. Okay, so any other housekeeping that we need? Any character stuff?
So, sorry, one more just it's logistics question.
Yeah,
Um, I haven't played a wizard before, but if I do a ritual that doesn't use it as a spell slot, right?
not as a slot, but it does have to be among your prepared spells.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that's true.
Richard, right, did I say that
If you
wrong?
want to cast it not as a ritual, it needs to
Right,
be
sorry.
prepared.
Yeah,
But
I'm,
if you're
I'm thinking
ritually
of,
casting it, it doesn't
I,
need to be prepared.
right, I'm thinking of, actually, I'm thinking of fourth edition with utility spells, sorry. I played all the D&D plus lots of other RPGs over the years. Occasionally I will transpose rules. Um,
I have a housekeeping item.
yes,
It is our first game of the month. We
it
have a DM
is.
inspiration.
It is. Everyone gets a DM inspiration first session of the month. A quick reminder that those can be used not just for advantage. You can use them for advantage, which is rule is written if you want. You can also choose to use them to re-roll. After you've made a roll, you can give them to another player to re-roll something. You can also force an opponent to re-roll. And when I say re-roll, I'm talking exclusively about d20s. It does not apply to any other type of roll. Um,
Or power word kill another player. We established.
you get yeah you get one for that. You get one for that. Um,
Boy, but Tuesday we used them like they were
yeah,
water,
yeah,
just
you do.
constantly.
Well, that'll happen when you're fighting an ancient black dragon. First, I do try to get everybody to use theirs on the first week of the month, so that the rest of the month is miserable. No. Okay. Any other? Uh, I will also mention two other quick things for those that are joining. My campaigns have the option to turn the tactical dial different directions. In this particular game that I run, we are using the optional flanking rule. So if you are on opposite sides of an opponent, melee attacks have advantage. I also do have, in addition to the way I use inspiration, my other primary house rule is um, you may choose to drink a potion as a bonus action. You can still drink it as an action, which is rule is written. But if you choose to drink it as a bonus action, you may. Administering one to somebody is still a full action. All right. Other housekeeping.
I
Well, they
just oh, go ahead.
really changed the inventory for the
There were
gold.
the gold.
Yeah, it's different than how it used to be for platinum pieces, electrum pieces, silver pieces, etc.
Oh, you've got two of them, Loon. You've got that. There's a glitch where that's glitching. Uh, you shouldn't
Okay,
have. You've got two of each there. We'll fix that for next week.
all right, we'll
Yeah,
worry about it later.
yeah. All right.
I was
Anything?
going to ask,
Yes.
there's now on D&D Beyond, uh, sponsored like third-party content, not just Critical Role, but Dungeons of Drakenheim,
Hmm.
Humblewood, etc. Uh, are those? How do you feel about those? Are those like ask the DM if you want to use a particular thing, and it's a
Yes.
case
So
by case basis?
yeah. So my general policy is, and always has been, um, official D&D products only. However, that said, I have also allowed some third-party products, and now that some of those are on D&D Beyond, I'm getting asked that question more often. Um, I'm comfortable with what's in the Critical Role third-party stuff. I haven't spent much time with the other third-party stuff. But so yes, ask is the short answer.
Sure.
I'll look at it and consider it. In your case, Tony, I want to know what the exploit is, though, when you ask.
No,
Uh,
it's a surprise.
then I'm not approving it. The answer is no, and I need full disclosure because I probably won't see it first. I'm fine with that if it's a Wizards of the Coast rule that I didn't see first. But if it's third party, I don't have the time to try and figure it out. So
I
Uh,
haven't looked at any of it yet.
yeah,
I'm
all
just
right.
asking
Hypothetically
hypothetically.
speaking, I will say Tome of Magic from Kobold Press. Um, I'm comfortable with probably 90% of stuff in there. If anybody's familiar with the stuff at Cobalt Press, Wolfgang Bauer's company. So most of that can be used. It's still a case by case basis. It's not on D&D Beyond, but if you happen to have those, um, Tome of Magic is mostly okay. All right. What else? All right. In that case, we shall proceed. So, Loon and Lunala, no relation. During a long rest, while you are passing through the dungeon of the Mad Mage, you have a vivid dream experience, or at least that's what you think it is at first. You find yourselves on a road that Lunala recognizes, more or less recognizes. Things are, there are little things that are different that you can't quite put your finger on. Small details here and there. The path is just outside the fortress, the library, Candlekeep.
Okay.
Candlekeep, of course, being the largest known repository of books in the realms. Uh, I know Lunala has some history with Candlekeep, but it's just the two of you. And at first you think, wow, this is a strangely vivid dream. But then you start talking to one another and realize uh, maybe we're not in Kansas anymore, so to speak. Um, so you're quite confused
Again.
again. um, as you're sort of talking with one another, a figure approaches on the road. Um, Human, dressed in um, cloak and leathers. Um, has the look of a ranger about them. Vaughn, tell us what Vaughn looks like physically, because Loon and Lunala see Vaughn approaching.
Vaughn is a tall, rather skinny human in his 20s, and he's got long, dark hair, kind of scruffy looking. Looks like he hasn't showered in a long time. His leather and his cloak and everything is well worn. Um,
All right. And here I got. Oh, I can't do that. All right. And let's say Loon. Just physical description. What does Vaughn see?
Lynn's about 5'10". She appears human. She wears studded leather and has a hand crossbow on attached to her hip. And probably has a cloak or something like that. Anyway, that's it.
All right. And then Lunala.
Uh, Lunala is a slender, pale moon elf with um, purple hair. She's wearing very unique armor, kind of her own design, and she has some tattoos and a golden cobra wrapped around her arm. And she's carrying a large sword and has a utility belt with a bunch of tools on it.
All right. Now, Vaughn, um, as part of your newfound mission, one thing that you've been trying to do, you know that the road between Candlekeep and Baldur's Gate is quite dangerous, riddled with things worse than bandits. The Forgotten Realms are not what they were 10 years ago. Well,
Understood.
technically they're not what they were 10 minutes ago to Loon and Lunala. Very dangerous. And so one of the things that you've decided to do is travel that journey from Baldur's Gate to Candlekeep, watching out for travelers, that sort of thing. You see these two, and they look quite confused. What do the three of you? What do you do? What do you do?
Excuse me, sir. Do you have any spare change?
Loon, you have plenty of gold,
Oh, that's right.
but we don't, right? Our equipment has kind of.
Right. So that's the interesting thing. You feel like you, but you kind of look down and things are a little different. Your clothing is maybe a little bit different. Maybe it's a fashion that you wore a couple of years ago. Um,
Where's Thunderthump?
Thunderthump is nowhere to be found at the moment. Your trusty steel defender, um, and your purse is a little bit lighter than what it was when you went to sleep.
So, I say we're lost, sir. Can you tell us where we are?
The answer, of course, is that you're on the road to Candlekeep. You're not far; it's within sight.
I'll point out we should go um, ask Tethtoril of Candlekeep if he knows anything about what's happened to us or this place.
Vaughn, give me a history check. To do that, you're going to go to your skills tab in Fantasy Grounds. Go down to history, and you're going to double click on the modifiers. So you've got a -1. Double click on that.
Woohoo!
Oh,
Let's roll.
almost had that 20.
All right, it wanted to be. Um, the name is not at all familiar to you, not even a little bit.
I'm not stressing about this. This kind of crap happens to me all the time, so.
In Loon's case, that is true. I guess Loon can give Lunala some pointers on hopping, on body and ability hopping.
This never happened to me.
Yeah, don't stress about it.
Does this happen every time you meditate?
No, but I get moved around a lot.
While you're chatting,
Then I was just poking things.
right?
Is this an illusion?
While you're chatting, let's switch over to the rest of the group. When last we met Elric and crew, you all were in a cave, uh, fought a mud hulk, and you'd found a series of books. As you know, the price of admission to Candlekeep is a single tome. Um, you were informed by some sort of forest guardian denizen um, a little ways away from Baldur's Gate on your way to Candlekeep that Candlekeep now requires not just a book, but it must be a book that they don't already have, which has always been a good thing at Candlekeep. If you can bring them a book they don't have, you pretty much get access to to everything. But even to get in the city now, you have to have a tome that they don't have on their shelves. And they, of course, Candlekeep, of course, is currently ruled by um, a lich, a servant of Vecna. So you've made your way though. You've after clearing out. Was there anything else any of you needed to do in the cave? I think we finished up everything in the cave
We
last
went
week.
out of the cave, and it, instead of being
Yes.
wood, it turned to skulls, and that's when we ended.
Yes, your guardian that appeared to be celestial of some sort and a servant of Helm was going nowhere to be seen, and sort of the viney archway that led you into the forest. And when you came out, you turned back toward the forest, and instead of trees, viney archway, it was an archway made of bones. Um, while that was disturbing, you agreed that nothing we can do about it now. Let's continue on to Candlekeep. So you do so. You continue to travel. It takes time. Let's see. Let me bring up the map just to orient everybody a little bit again, or reorient everybody.
I realize that there's not a lot of good stuff in the books, but the two that I can read, as we're walking, I'm just completely in the book trying to decipher as much as I can.
Right. All right. So traveling the 100 miles or so to Candlekeep. The rest of your journey is fairly easy. Um, it's almost as if someone has recently gone the way through and warned bandits and other nefarious things that they should not mess with you. It's been a surprisingly easy journey. But as you approach the road to Candlekeep, up ahead, you see three humanoid figures. You've heard what those three look like. So the rest of you, if you could, um, and we'll just go left to right across the top, I think, of Fantasy Grounds, starting with Dirt. Give us your physical description. What do Loon, Lunala, and Vaughn, what's the group that they see coming up the road look like? Dirt, you first.
Well, Dirt is a goblin, wearing shabby leathers and leaning heavily on a shortened quarterstaff. Um, he has a lot of like natural fetishes and things tied and woven into his hair. And short even for a goblin, and quite looks on the older side as well.
All right. Accompanying Dirt is also Gimbal. What's Gimbal look like?
Gimbal's also relatively short. He's even short for a forest gnome. He's a wizard, so he's in his wizard garb, holding a staff in one hand and his new book in the other. His head's down while he's approaching you all, and trailing behind him is a little badger also.
All right. And Golguma is with them.
Golguma is not short. She is a 7'4" tawny brown bugbear. As long as bugbears do, she has very long arms, long legs. Tends a little bit more on the lithe side than the bulky side. And kind of skulks around a little bit, wearing mostly leather armor. She has a long bow and a rapier with her.
All right. Selron. What do we see with Selron?
No cell run.
Oh,
Tana, yeah?
right. I'm sorry. I still have Selron up top there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will. Right. Tim.
Yeah, so Tana is wearing kind of like light lighter armor. She's in mostly rags, covered all around her body. She's got several piercings across her skin and then really her fur. She has a tabaxi, and she has a very dark look in her eyes constantly as she scans the room, but she has like a gentleness to her as well. She looks like in her she's middle-aged, it looks like.
And Celeron, I neglected to mention. Celeron, and I don't know if Dingo let you guys know last week, but I don't recall for sure if because he's in several games of mine, so I don't remember which ones had the conversation, which ones didn't. Dingo is unable to continue playing with us. He's had some changes that won't allow him to do so. So Celeron felt the need to report back to his order. This spirit posing as a servant of Helm was vexing, so he returned to Heldor's Gate, which is what Baldur's Gate, of course, is called here in this alternate history of the Forgotten Realms. He returned to Baldur's Gate.
Is it like a completely different city?
So
the
yes,
wizard?
so yeah. Here's what you're not sure. Actually, you don't know. So Lunala will just have to find out as time goes on. Tony might know, but Lunala doesn't. Lunala just thinks Baldur's Gate is up that way, and so does Loon, for that matter. All right, so you all see one another. What do you do?
I'll go up to. I identify Gimbel's another wizard, or at least like involved in some magic. I'm interested. I'm like, oh, is this you familiar?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Oh no, this is just my pet badger that I picked him up a while ago and he just hangs out with me now. I haven't cast my familiar in a long time, but hopefully soon I will. Um, I'm not used to seeing another wizard out here. What brings you outside of this area, Candlekeep?
Well, I'm a student of Candlekeep. I'm not sure how I ended up here, but I thought I'd go check in while I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Maybe you could help lead us the way.
Well, Gimbal, give me a history check.
Okay. Sorry, it's taken some time to switch between the tabs.
Yep, no worries.
There we go. All right. 15.
All right, so you know that there really aren't students in Candlekeep anymore. Ever since the Lich took over, like that's not a thing. The students run off, and as a matter of fact, when you say the students, uh, there are a couple other individuals that are present that I neglected to mention. Um, there is also Elric. You see a young, maybe even 18 or 19, but certainly no older than 25. Wearing Gentleman wearing wizard robes, glasses, staff. Looks quite nervous in general. Um, there's also just to complete the scene, there is an owl on Loon's shoulder. Um, Elric will butt in there. So no, that's not there. That's you. She's lying. There's no way she's a student in Candlekeep. There haven't been students in Candlekeep in a decade.
There are countless students in Candlekeep. I
There
start
were.
naming them.
There were. Start naming them. All right. Okay. Let's see. Let me think about. Yeah. Says don't even sound like real names.
Well, Tethtora will vouch for me.
When were you a student in Candlekeep?
Ooh, that's a good question. Have I written that down?
From the background that I have, I would think it would have to have been in the last couple of years from what you gave me previously, unless there's a retcon you need to make. That's my reading of it.
Nope. All right, the last couple years.
He says, Candlekeep, the Lich let you study?
The Lich?
Yes.
Teftoral is no Lich.
No. No. Candlekeep is strange. When around the time Baldur's Gate disappeared and Hildur's Gate arrived from the abyss, Candlekeep Vecna sent one of his lieutenants, a lich, to supervise Candlekeep.
I look skeptical.
All right, give me an insight check if you like.
Solid insight.
Hard
I'm
to
in
read.
Fantasy Grounds, by the way.
Yeah, I see that.
It took an hour.
Yeah, that's all right. He's hard to read. You're just not sure. Maybe he thinks he's telling the truth. Maybe he's mad. Maybe he is telling the truth.
Well, this is probably all some Mirage Arcane. I've heard of this spell.
What is?
The whole environment. You know, Mirage Arcane is the 7th level spell that lets you like change things within a mile.
I wish that were the case.
Well,
But let's go see. Let's go see. I'll show you. I'll show you around. I'll show you my my office.
Elric does look to the rest of you. I mean, to see if any of you have anything you want to add.
Well, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Either he gets us in, or the books we have get us in. So a little extra insurance doesn't hurt.
And hey, if we can keep the books.
I can get you to Candlekeep.
Van Air, do you have a book to gain you entry?
I do not, but I know where it is.
Well, it's remarkable that we've made it this far on the road without trouble. So
Yeah, this area is very dangerous. I recommend as many traveling with as many people as possible.
fair enough.
All right. So as you continue on your way to Candlekeep, you get to know each other a little better. So, if you would, now that we know what everybody looks like, I'm going to have everybody do sort of that short description of your character, what we know about them after chatting with them for 10 or 15 minutes. Be sure to mention class, if you would. If you want to mention anything, what your background is or any of your backstory, you can. But let's do that part then. Let's do that now. And we'll go the opposite order. We'll start with Van.
Yeah, Van's a ranger. He's also a Fletcher. He creates his own arrows, and he's got a grappling hook and a lot of climbing tools. And he's been living out in the wild because it seems like everything's been changing lately, and everything's been getting a lot more violent. There's all kinds of strange creatures about. So yeah, he's definitely a man of the woods, a ranger, and that's it.
All right. Loon. I'm sorry, Lunala. My fantasy grounds is chugging here, so I can't see who's next in the list. Is it Lunala?
Yeah. So Lunala's a moon elf from the Tall Woods. She she her sort of people are very interested in nature, but she sort of became also interested in mechanisms. So she saw patterns in nature and wanted to replicate those with invention and with magic. She's an multi-classed artificer wizard, or will be, uh, and very interested in sort of harnessing magic toward invention. Um, she's I am a swarm roboticist, and so I like my work sort of inspires hers. So I always look at spells through that context too. Uh, and she does have a background with Candlekeep as a sort of student there. That's the shortened version.
Yep. All right. I skipped over Tana because my fantasy grounds was hung up and I couldn't see who was next to Vaughn. Tana, a little bit about what we know after spending 10 minutes or so with you. Mention class, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so Tana is very skilled um, in the word of language, or in language and the communication, as I'm not right now. And she's a bard, and she looks like she doesn't seem to like to be in the fray of things, but she might be able to handle herself. She's got a rapier and a few daggers attached to her belt, so she's got some pretty long claws. So yeah, that's Tanya.
All right. Lou.
Let's see. Loon is a Bladesinger wizard. Um, she's an astral traveler. She tends to get around various locations. She believes in reincarnation and believes that there are multiple versions of her out there in the universe. And she typically uses a hand crossbow instead of any other weapon um, that you would typically see in a Bladesinger's hand. That's it.
Golgoma.
Golguma originally grew up in Baldur's Gate, where she tried to gain some acceptance as a member of the Watch, and even in the Watch, a bugbear was a little bit intimidating. Not everyone got along with her, so uh, she, after the fall of Baldur's Gate, eventually found herself in Darkhold with the Zentarum and spent some time there. They were trying to um, gain some favor with the folks in Haldor's Gate, which is now in place of Baldur's Gate, but had no luck there and joined this group to um, try to learn a little bit more about what was going on.
And Gimbal.
Oh, and she is a fighter. Sorry, important
Yep.
thing that you mentioned. Yes,
Ah,
fighter.
yes. Gimbal.
Gimbal is a little green, both in his color choice and his experience. He's from a place farther away from this area, which was really kind of sheltered from this whole falling, I guess we can say. And in his growing up, he was a little explorative, went out and just kind of did things on a whim. So that kind of still translates into some of his actions, especially when there's no obvious danger. Um, and basically, his whole motivation for being here is back home. He had found this really dangerous tome, which he tried to bury, but he's trying to find a way to kind of destroy it. And so he came here, where there's a lot of dark magic that maybe he can learn from.
And Dirt.
So Dirt is a goblin druid, kind of, you know, comes across as a little bit sort of scatterbrained or distracted. Attempts to sort of engage in conversation get very much like one word answers and gives very little away, and seems to always sort of be distractedly wandering off the road into like whenever the terrain changes, to go and sort of walk off the road for a little while and before coming back, and seems to hover very much on the outside of any sort of conversation.
All right.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
As we're walking through, I want to chat with Elric. I tried to introduce myself and say, "Sir, are you from Melna Bone? I have always wanted to meet the Eternal Champion. Are you him?"
Uh, I don't know what that means.
I see. Very good.
Very good.
Pleasure to meet you.
But I know someone who does. We're on our way to find her, my mentor. If anyone knows, it's her. She went missing, and we think we can have a way to find her in Candlekeep.
All right.
She's very wise, very brave, and if you truly are able to move between worlds, I'm sure she would love to talk to you. That's quite fascinating.
I'll see if we can find her.
All right. He does mention to the new folks too. Elric will talk about Felina, and the others might too. Felina is his mentor. She's gone missing. She was trying to learn information about the transformation of Baldur's Gate and what exactly happened. And you learn a little bit more, Lunala and the other new ones, a little bit more about Baldur's Gate. Lunala and Loon are familiar with the fact that Elturel was plunged into the abyss sometime in the past decade. What you're learning now, however, is that when Elturel was plunged into the abyss, so was Baldur's Gate. And in its place in the world, on the Sword Coast, emerged Heldor's Gate, a sort of an abyssal version of what Baldur's Gate once was. All right. You work your way up the road. You can see the gates. They're maybe 90 feet ahead or so. You see what at first looks like a couple dozen people milling around, just sort of in front of the gates. From a distance, their movements even are a little odd and almost nonsensical. Everyone give me a perception check, please. Galguma, Tanya, Dirt. Those aren't people. Those are zombies. And you count 10 of them in total. They're just sort of, they're not attacking anybody. They're just sort of walking back and forth in front of the gate. What do you do?
Oguma will turn to Elric and say, can the zombie guards be reasoned with regarding our books or no?
I don't think they have. I didn't. I didn't expect zombie guards. I don't. When I came before years ago, there weren't zombie guards. I don't think they're guards. If Candlekeep has been besieged or what's going on exactly. I'm not sure. All right, so about 90 feet from the gates, give or take. You gonna do?
You want me to perhaps Von Air and I could scout ahead a little?
Sure.
Yeah,
Can
is
we?
there another way around based on our vantage point?
Yeah, can we scout around the castle to see if there's other entrances?
Yeah. So let me get you a map of Candlekeep, or at least Candlekeep as it was in its ideal iteration,
Heyday.
its heyday. It's in the world, the, the not wherever it is you are world. Boy, this last update did some weird things with maps, and oh my goodness, no wonder it was this big. All right, so that's Candlekeep. It's
Are
sort of
we
on.
on the map?
There's no
All
your,
right.
your tokens aren't, but the map I just shared, and the one I just shared doesn't have any line of sight, or you should be able to just see everything. So
Are
as you go ahead,
we're coming up the way of the lion.
that's exactly it. You're coming up the way of the lion. As you can see, unless you're getting on a boat and then going to climb up some rocks, there's not really a path through.
How tall are the walls?
The gates of Candlekeep are about 50 feet in height. They are tall walls of stone and iron.
Are they particularly smooth?
They could probably be climbed. I mean, it would probably require you think an athletics check to work up them. There aren't handholds per se at all, and it would be slow going, but probably.
Can Goguma, like, if she's kind of stealthing ahead a little bit, just see if um there's anyone else? Like, looks like there's a tall rampart there. Like, are there any like non-zombie guards sort of on the ramparts, or
Well,
indication that this is sort of manned in any other way?
yes, indeed. You can see there are a number of guards up on the ramparts.
Is
I know
anyone
that
Uh,
going inside?
currently, no. No one's coming in, no one's coming out. The gates are closed.
And what are the guards armed with? Are they bows?
The guards up on the ramparts are wielding bows, indeed.
Need to find another way in. Too well guarded.
Perhaps. I mean, we have tokens for entry for at least some of us.
We could march up and ask to be let in.
Not a whole lot of other options, to be honest with you. It's possible some of us with tokens could go in, and some of you could try to sneak around once we have a way in. But it looks like stealth won't get us too far. Do you want to try the direct approach? Talk to the guards and see if we can handle a couple of zombies?
Yeah. Some of us can stay back just in case trouble breaks out.
I'll go talk to the guards.
All right. All right, go ahead and move yourself up within shouting distance is probably 50 feet or so. So about About there is where you think they can hear you.
Excuse me. May we pass?
One of the guards looks down, says, calls out, "Who is there?"
Lunala Galanadel.
Gulguma will kind of step forward and say, I am Gulguma of the Zentarim. We bear books that Tome may be interested in.
Kind of is looking at you from up above. All right, yeah, just bring him right to the gate. We'll meet you in the front. And he's up on like this tower here, and you see him go backward. You can't see, but you assume he's going down a stairs or something. One of the other guards up there calls out, "Well, come on!"
Right. Let's go.
Well, Gulguma will cautiously head forward. Is there any check I can do to see if my character thinks this is a trap or not?
So,
Inside.
right, yeah, insight, right about there. And actually, I'm going to move you back 5 more feet, Lanala. It's right about there as you're moving up. And everybody else could move your tokens up to about where you would be, um, given where Lunala is up front. I mean,
Candlekeep was based on a real place.
what's that?
Did you know Candlekeep is based on a real place?
Really?
Mont Saint Michel. Google image it. It's pretty cool.
So Mont Saint Michel is actually also the basis for it's for a number of things in literature. It's the basis for um, what's the name of the Lord of the Rings, the White City.
Minas Tirith.
Yeah, Minas Tirith. And also, it's actually also the basis for my a shared custom campaign world that I and some other folks run called Kalmar. It's a city built into a mountain. It's actually it's Mont Saint Michel on a much larger scale. 7 rings, concentric rings of 100 feet each. But I did not know that about Candlekeep. All right, so when Lunala hits there, all of the zombies turn face, so they stop moving around as one. They turn on a dime as if part of a military parade procession. They start to drool, and without much of without need for any insight check at this point, the zombies you can tell are hungry, so if everyone could please roll initiative for me. Initiative you will find in the center of the main tab on your Fantasy Grounds character sheet.
Weren't they leading us in?
They're going to meet you down there at the gate, they said.
The zombies ambushed us?
They're not ambushing so much as once you get close enough, the zombies move towards you to attack.
Very strange.
Ambush, the way zombies move as slow as they are, right? I mean, ambush would be a strong way to put it. But once you get close enough, they hunger. All right, I will also at this point, as a reminder for some of you, and then also introduction to the new ones, inside Discord, there's a participant in our chat called Sirenscape Bot for DM Bob Yo. If you right click on them, you can change his volume, which you may want to do. There's a little slider. Because here in a minute, I'm going to play some background noise. Often during combats, I'll play noise. Occasionally, out of combat, I'll play little sort of background music here and there when I remember, which isn't always a lot. But definitely during combat, I like to have a little something going on. I'm going to play some of that, and then while I'm playing it, I'm going to play some bespoke sounds that will be louder. It'll give you an opportunity to adjust your volume. So Here we go. This will be some fight music. All right. So that's your fight music. Someday you'll be 5th level if you survive. And you might hear a fireball.
I was going to say I throw a fireball, but never mind.
Not yet. Everybody, I don't know if you saw it in the Discord. Dave tried. He did. Dave asked how much it would cost to have everybody be
I
third
would have
level.
chipped in.
Third level instead of second. There is no amount of gold, or there's no amount of money you could do for me to. Well, there might be an amount of money, but
Yeah, there's a number.
there's probably a number. It's a number. I'd be sacrificing my professional integrity to do it. So it would need to be enough for me to retire at a minimum. So yes, I guess there is a number. Tony, you're not wrong. But
Everyone has their price.
I mean, yeah, there's a number. All right, some more bespoke sounds, like a magic missile, maybe a lightning bolt here and there.
The Wilhelm scream?
No, okay, fine.
Thank you.
Rim shots, some dramatic music occasionally. Should you survive this combat, you'll hear. All right, so that's Sirenscape. Should have plenty opportunity to adjust the volume. We are. You'll notice some sounds that'll kick off that are automatically triggered. So, with that, Vaughn, you can see the zombies moving toward you.
Okay. Hunter's Mark. I'm going to cast.
All right. Before you do that, I didn't put line of sight on this map at all, mainly because I didn't expect anybody to jump off the road. So I'm going to let you, if you choose to, reposition yourself, but I'm going to throw line of sight on real quick so that you know what exactly you're looking at. There is a good bit of cover with these trees. So my suspicion is, once I hit this button, that you probably don't have a target. So I'm assuming you would have stayed wherever there was a target. So feel free to move yourself wherever you would have been, right? I mean,
I see one now.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and target this one.
All right.
But I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark first.
Yep. So range on Hunter's Mark is 60.
Let me check.
I'm not sure offhand. So
90.
90.
is it? Wow. All right. All right. So I'm going to give you the coding for Hunter's Mark. Sometimes with the import, things don't come over. So
Yeah, I didn't see any spells on.
yeah, that's it. So the first time you do spells, we'll have to bring them over. But now you've got Hunter's Mark. So there are two parts to the technology for Hunter's Mark. The first one is to tell Fantasy Grounds that you're going to get extra damage on a certain creature. There's two buttons. The first one, a little walking man, you hover over it, it says, at the end of it, it says self. Hunter's Mark FT custom, Hunter's Mark damage, blah, 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 self. Push that one.
The little walking man, I don't see that.
It's on your action. Are you on your actions tab down under spells?
Actions.
Yep. Actions tab is the bottom right tab.
Yep.
And then all the way down are your spells. And right now the only one that's listed there is Hunter's Mark.
Okay. I see a walking man. 4 of them actually.
You should, yeah, 2 and then 2 and 2. Yeah.
Self target.
That's the one you want. The one that says self, the very first one. Just push it.
Okay, I did.
And then the second one, now that you've got, because you've got the opponent targeted, you can just single click the other one. And that's to let Fantasy Grounds know that one is the target of your Hunter's Mark. So that second walking man, just push that.
There's one above and one below I clicked. There's one self and one target.
Yeah, the other one is the one you want to push.
Target?
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, now just longbow?
Yeah, you'll just double click your +5 for your longbow. You're going to double click the number, the +5, at the very top of your Actions tab. There you go. All right, that'll hit. And then you're just going to double click right next to it where it says a D8 plus. Yeah, you got it. All right, well done. Nice hit. Then, yeah, go ahead.
Yep. If I can move, I'll try to move a little bit more just to
Yep,
get in
you sure
where I can
can.
see others. But I'm gonna try to stay hidden, so I'm gonna try to get as much cover as I can in this bush that I'm in.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it'll be basically if you can see them, they can see you without a hide action. But yeah, I mean, you got cover for sure from a bunch of them. Zombies aren't known for their ranged attacks.
That's it.
So I'm going to drop you into a square because you're kind of in the middle of 4 of them there. We go for the square, not the intersections. All right, and then to pass your turn, under the tool menu on the upper right-hand corner of Fantasy Grounds, go to the tool menu. The first button is the combat tracker, the 2 cross swords. You'll hit that. That'll show you initiative order and whatnot. You can then, at the bottom left corner of the combat tracker, there's a chevron or a little down arrow. There, you got it. Golguma, you're a quick study. I'm excited about that. It took me a long time to learn Fantasy Grounds. I mean, that was 15 years ago. It was a very new product, but relatively new product. But you're picking it up quite quickly. So, Vaughn,
Thanks for the help.
yeah,
Thanks for the help.
yep. All right, Golguma.
Yes, I have just one quick question. As I look at this, it seems a little odd. My dex is 18, but for some reason on my actions, I only have a +6 to attack, and I think it should be higher for dex weapon. I think it should be plus. If I'm looking at D&D Beyond, I think it should be +8, +6,
Right.
not
So,
+6,
yep. If you look
+4.
in the combat tracker, you see um, you've got effects fighting style archery, attack 2 ranged. That goes on the back side. So the plus is still going to
Oh,
say +6, but when you roll it, you'll see that it says +8.
okay, perfect. Okay, then we are good. Then I will go ahead and I am going to try to hit this one in front with the longbow. No, unfortunately not. But I now have somewhere here. Not second wind. Action surge? How do I do an
Man,
action surge?
that hit though.
It did though. Their armor
Oh, it
class
did
of
hit?
10.
It hit.
That
It
one did
hit.
hit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, never mind. I
Hmm.
assumed it did not if I rolled a 2, but apparently I
I,
am fortunate.
goblins, man,
Um,
or sorry, dirt. Zombies, man. They are slow and easy to hit. Yeah, squishy.
all right. So I drag the damage. Do I need to do anything to make sure that the surprise thing works, or
Yes.
surprise attack?
Yep, that one. You have to go to your bugbear surprise attack on your actions tab. Push the walking man,
Push walking man?
then
Awesome.
do your damage like normal.
Then do the damage. Gotcha. Longbow. Damage. 25. Yes, yes.
All right.
Excellent. Um, and do I need to do anything special to action surge, or do I just go again?
There's just a button for it under your class features to mark that you've used it on your actions tab, right below your
Oh, I see. There's a
yeah,
button.
below your
Okay,
bugbear surprise
perfect.
attack. That next section. Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. And then I will attempt to hit it again.
Yeah, one will hit.
Oh, I have to reapply the Sorry, I didn't reapply the bugbear thing.
Right. Yes. So yeah, you can just roll 2 more. You'll need to roll them manually. Roll 2 more d6 manually. There's
No
no way to add
worries.
it after the fact. So just roll 2d6 from down below. 5 and So, whoa, look at that.
that was not bad.
Yeah, and that's zombie 25. So let me grab that on him. The 5 is enough. But just so that on the stats on the party sheet, just so it's you get full credit, another 6.
Incredible. And we'll go 2, 3. Actually, I need to step back a little bit. I'll give her a little rage, and she will end her turn.
All right. Gimbal.
All right, I am going to uh, target zombie 29, I think, and I'm going to cast create bonfire.
Okay.
Oh, it jumped on 2 of them.
Yep. So what with that one you won't want to target and do the
Okay.
the button. What you'll need to do. Let me get rid of one of them. What you'll do is you'll grab the icon from your character sheet. Or from wherever you'll grab it and just drop it on the map.
Okay.
Yeah. And then let's see. When does create bonfire kick in? I forget. Is it the start of their turn or is it right away?
It's right away, and then whenever they start their turn.
Or
Or
when
whenever they end their
end.
I think it's
Okay.
whenever they end their turn.
Yep. So control click on everyone that's adjacent. Put it where you want it, and then control click on all the opponents that are adjacent to it. So it could be all 4 of those.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
wait, no, it's a 5-foot cube and it has to be in their space. I'm sorry. Right, you have to
Right.
pick one. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was putting it on 29.
All right, I'm going to put it adjacent. I'm going to offset it off his square a little bit so that actually I'm going to put it adjacent so that he can still be targeted on the map.
Okay.
But we know that it's in his square. So yeah, just drag the cast button onto him, the 20-sider for the create bonfire spell on your cantrips. Yep. Oh, look at that. That is a nimble zombie right there. Right? He just watched the arrows hit his friend and both a couple of his friends. And he's like, I better start, I better start doing some footwork here. He does a little moonwalk, as a matter of fact. You know what it is? For a moment, since we got some weird plane shifting and alternate reality stuff going on, um, he starts moonwalking, and a single white glove appears on
Nice.
one hand, and all of you in your minds, you hear a little something.
You bend over backwards, dodge the arrows.
Here's what you hear. Oh, it's not coming through. Hold on.
Nice.
All right. All right. So anyway, he gets out of the way.
Let you know, it's also when they move into that square.
Right. Okay. If they move through it, or end their turn in it. Yep. Okay. I got you, fam, as the kids say. I actually don't say that anymore. I learned recently. I'm so disappointed because it took me forever to learn it. Okay. Anything else for Gimbal?
No, my apologies.
No, you're fine. I'm the one who went off on Michael Jackson stuff. All right. Zombie 8. Mm. Zombie 8. Lunala. Swing at Lunala. Make a slam attack. And miss. Zombie 9. Do the same. Lunala's the new leader for attack. What is your armor class at level 2, Lunala?
19. I'm holding a shield because my great sword doesn't work yet.
All right. Dirt.
Okay, I'm just gonna bonus action cast Shillelagh.
Shillelagh. Tony, give me a shillelagh.
Did I not have a... Like, I feel like the spell for Shillelagh was more than what I see at the moment.
So is there a
Oh,
walk?
never mind.
Is there a
I've got it.
walking
I
man?
got it.
Yeah.
I've
Is there?
got it. Cool. Yes, I cast.
Yeah. There you go. You found it.
Sorry, that should have gone on to the zombie. So does 10 hit the zombie?
It sure does.
Cool. Right, and then I'm just gonna roll the damage onto him. And then I'm also gonna use. Sorry, just 1 second.
Yep.
I'm gonna use my reaction to use Halo of Spores on him.
Let me make sure we've got tech for that one.
So I've got it already. I put it on already. So he's got to survive a con of 13.
He did not.
And then it's just 1d4. Cool. Thank you.
Well done. All right. Lunala.
I am going to cast a spell.
Counterspell.
Some smart zombies. It is fairy fire. So I'm going to. I can hit these 4. These other 2 moved out of the way.
Oh.
Actually, I want to hit these 4. So I go down here and I have them make a dex save. They all fail. So we'll put this effect on them. And now anybody attacking those 4 does so with advantage.
Yep. Did you get the effect? Yeah, you got it. Should be automated. Cool.
And I would like to reposition myself. I'm going to provoke an opportunity attack from number 9.
Right.
As I dance around here over to this position. Lunala does know how to fight. And I will end my turn.
Loon.
Oh,
wait.
a zombie.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about something. After my turn, the snake uncoils.
Ah, well.
We forgot about Corrosia.
Let's get her going then. Corrosia. There. There you go. I should put it on the map. She should be in your character selection.
All right. That would be
Under the player menu on the right,
characters.
player, and then characters with an S. Yep.
All right. And where's her token?
Didn't I just drag her on the? Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh, okay. And she's up in this. So you see this snake sort of unwind, fly up into a tree, and she's going to attack zombie 9. Hitting him. What a hit, Corrosia.
That's what it says. Wow.
3 damage. It's something at level 2. And now I'm done.
All right, Loon, go ahead. That'll hit. Bonus action, I'm assuming. If you're talking, we're not hearing you, Dave.
Yeah, bonus action.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, I'll pass my turn.
All right. 17. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brains. Nope. How high up is Corrosion?
High, top of the tree, above the tree.
Height indicator. I have the wrong one in this one. That's all right. We'll just know that she's 10 feet up. Hey, look at that. We got a hit on Lunala. What are the odds? We got shield coming, anything like that?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Massive amounts of damage.
And I succeeded my concentration check.
3, 4. Dash.
Very dashing.
It gets an opportunity attack, I guess.
From?
Or no, sorry. Missing. Never mind.
No worries. Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya whips out her rapier at the charging zombie and pokes it in the eye, or at least attempts to. That's a hit. She firmly pokes directly in the eye. And that's her turn.
All right, go ahead and pass your turn when you can under the tool menu. In the combat tracker. And zombie 19. Nope. And oh, Elric. Elric is around. That's right. He always stays toward the back. He's sheepish.
He's not much of an eternal champion then.
All right, I can do this. Here goes. He covers his eyes, but holds his hand sort of over his eyes, separating his finger over just the right eye to make a, as he does, and he uses his other hand to cast a firebolt. He says, "Oh man." Zombie 22.
Not a wizard, but usually I fire better if I use both eyes.
Yeah. There we go. Should have given you an option for shield if you wanted it.
I don't have shield yet, Bob. I would really like a level, please.
You know, come to think of it, maybe normally I try to do basically session 0 and 1 at first level, session 2 at second, and then session like 3 and 4 we slow down a little bit once we hit level 3. Not that much. We a couple sessions at 3 and 4, and then 5 we slow down even further. But I like to get everybody to level 5 quite rapidly. But because of that, Tony, and between that and Dave's bribe, now y'all have to wait an extra. No, I'm kidding. Vaughn, you're up.
Ugh,
I'm kidding.
you're
I'm
the
kidding.
worst.
I am the worst. That's why you play all these games with me, Dave, because I'm the worst.
I know. How many is it now? 5?
I don't know how many days. I run 7 these days, so um, you're in most of them, yeah. Between you and well, Dingo was. He had some changes he had to make, but he's still on Tuesday at least. All right.
Right.
Anyway, Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm tracking zombie number 9, the one with the hunter's mark on it.
Yep.
Would I be able to see it if I move to my left
Um,
or
yeah, I mean,
closer?
he was moving to the right, to the E, so and you know the size and shape of the tree, so you know that you'd probably have to move rightward to be able to see. I mean, if you move far enough left, you could probably find him. But and then the main thing too is keep an eye on how many squares you're moving because your speed is what 30 feet, so 6 squares is what you're looking for, and you want to be in a square too there. So as long as you can see him from there, you're good. Otherwise, you're gonna move up.
What's that?
Looks good to me. It looks good to you.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I don't have to do anything with hunter's mark still, right? I can just go ahead and attack.
Yep, it should. Let me double check, make sure it's still. Yep, it's still on. That'll hit.
I think he's toast, isn't he?
Yes, indeed.
It's a bonus action. I will move hunter's mark
So to do that, it's just that second one that you're going to use this time, because the first one that goes on you stays there. Just drag the second one onto your new zombie, your new target.
Okay, so do I need to do the targeting?
Yeah, you'll control click on, or you can drag it onto them either way. Are you on a mouse or a trackpad?
Mouse.
Okay, if you're on a mouse, you don't have to technically do the control click. You can just drag if you prefer. You can drag right from your character sheet onto a target. That's true of dice and effects and all that stuff. But some people like to do the control click anyway. So if you control click and then just single click the walking man as well.
Okay. That's all I got.
All right. And pass your turn. Tool menu, combat trackers, the
Yep.
two cross swords, bottom left hand corner. Golguma.
Yep.
Awesome. Goma will. Oh no, sorry. That was very odd. I jumped there. She will go right about here to try and get flanking on zombie number 29.
Looks right to me.
And will attack with her rapier. Do I manually click advantage for flanking?
Yeah, so you should know it. Should be able to recognize what's going on as long as everyone's token is in a square. Let me drag you guys up and out. Yep. Okay, it should go automatically. If it doesn't, you can always just roll a second time.
Okay. Rapier on it. Yes, it does. Not that advantage matters too terribly much here, but it's the principle of the matter. It's the
That's
principle
right.
of the
It
matter.
is. I get my because you could crit, right? I mean, that's advantage gives you
That's
an
true.
extra 5% chance to crit, so it does matter.
Yes, well, it's a 19, not a 20, but we'll take it. Um, and I do not have a lot of, we don't need second wind or anything at this point, so I will pass my turn over to Gimbal.
Right.
Gimbal just scared out of his mind, so he quick without thinking cast Chill Touch.
Right? Hey, and still
It,
do it. Elric says, "Get him, Gimbal! Yeah, kick his ass, Seabass." If you're of a certain age, you'll know the film, but otherwise, it probably makes no sense to most of. Ah, well, just ignore me.
All right, so I'm of a certain age.
Right?
What
Oh,
film is it?
Dumb and Dumber.
Oh,
The Jeff Daniels.
oh,
Jeff Daniels. What's his name? Oh, come on. You know the guy. Alrighty then.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. Yeah, Jim Carrey, Jeff Daniels. Anyway,
Do I have to click the two walking men under it too?
so I think those are. Let me double check. Those
Can't be
are
gaming.
just yeah. The second one you want to because it gives them. That's the one that does the disadvantage. The first one you could, but there's no actual
Okay. Right.
code. It doesn't have any coding. It's a note, right? The note ones are there to remind us of stuff, but that's the extent of it. All right. Anything else for Gimbal?
Oh, apologies.
No worries. Don't apologize, Andy. I'm gonna come right through the screen and
Is it Gimbal apologizing?
pat you on your little head. No, it was Andy.
Bravo.
It was Andy. Don't give him. Tony, don't be nice to the new people. Dirt. We're attacking Dirt. There's a hit. Look at that. All
shield.
right. Oh, man. My damage dice tonight are not. Dirt, time for some payback on that guy if you want it.
So I'm gonna move down one, and I'm gonna cast Thunderwave.
Ooh,
All right, let me get you a.
what's the range of 15? Ooh.
Are you Evocation Wizard? You could get Lunala too. You could put Lunala and exclude her. Or even if you're not Evocation, you could get Lunala and include her in the Thunder Wave.
I would be a druid.
Yeah, it's no problem. I mean, you just did. You just met her. I'm sure it would be
I,
okay.
I wouldn't be hitting anyone during the day.
Effort. Go on, kill us all.
Okay, so
You'll,
what do I
you'll,
need to
you'll
I drag the save onto each one of them, right?
actually nope. When you have multiple targets, what you're going to do, you are for multiple targets, you're going to do Control click onto each, and then
Okay.
you'll single click the cast button, the dice button, and then you'll single click the blood drop, and you'll see it does the half to the ones that made it and full to the one that failed. And the one that failed, it pushes, is it 10, 15? What is it it pushes? I forget.
Then
Well done.
and then with my reaction, I'm going to. How do I stop targeting something?
Oh, control click to untarget it.
Okay. Right. With my reaction, I'm going to use Halo of Spores. So he saved, right?
He did, actually. Let's make sure.
Okay.
Yep, he just made it. 13 is your DC.
Thanks. That's
Yep.
my turn.
No.
I was very confused by my D&D Beyond character sheet. So I'm like, these numbers don't seem right. And it's that I'm not proficient with martial weapons yet. Like, oh my god, level 2 is killing me.
Stop it. I'm serious. Stop the whining, or everybody, only have you to blame, Tony.
Ugh,
Lower levels is the best because it's the toughest.
it's the
All right,
worst.
well, I'm using a rapier without proficiency.
All right.
Hitting for this many damage. And then boop, 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 boop. Corrosion will back me up. And Attack this guy. Should have been an advantage. I'm gonna roll another d20, see if I crit. Do not. So he takes 15 bit of damage. And then Dunzo.
So he doesn't die. He makes his saving throw and resists death.
I'll shoot him.
All right.
Does it still count that Corrosia is the deadliest thing she's ever put down?
I mean, technically yes. On the stats don't don't really recognize the resist. What is it called? The zombie ability to resist death. That's our Loon put it down for you.
All right.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, he's dead. Yeah, you want to get another one. A different.
No,
Oh no, you did. I'm sorry, you
I
did.
did try.
Ignore me. Yep, you're good. You're good.
Sorry. Well, it did try. Whack. All right. Best I can do. All right. In my turn.
All right.
Done.
All right. Tommy 17. Brains. There we go. Whoa. Massive. Massive. Big numbers. Tommy 20. Lunala. So, I actually played trombone in high school.
Wah
She
wah.
lifts
That
the
was
first.
wah
I
wah.
did. Yeah, the wah, 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 wah. Although that one's actually not. It's labeled sad trombone, but I think it's probably cornet. It's a little high pitch for a. It could be a tenor trombone. I never played one of those. All right, Zombie 29. Mm. On the, you know what?
Surrender. Surrender.
Yes,
Surrender.
Zombie doesn't seem convinced. Although he couldn't quite get the little guy, so he's gonna try the cat. But yeah,
Ooh.
Tanya.
Can't hear.
Tanya will strike back with a rapier and try to go for another hit.
Okay.
Tana has advantage too because she is flanking.
Yep, it should be automatic. You should
Oh,
get.
that's right. That's right. I keep forgetting this one's automatic. I'm sorry.
You're okay. Don't apologize. All right, he manages to resist death.
Thanks.
19. Come on, why doesn't? There it goes.
No. Let's re-roll that. No, none of
Why?
that.
How? Why?
Silvery barbs.
All right. All right. Make sure you drop that walking man for silver barbs onto somebody that you want to give advantage to. Turn a crit into a miss.
Thanks, Loon. Very discouraging.
All right, Elric.
Keep your eyes open this time.
I can't. All right.
They're all around me.
All right. I'll save you, Lunala. And he starts to cast his firebolt. And all right, he's gonna cast it.
And I yelled at him, "Where's your sword, Stormbringer? What's wrong with you?"
He says, "I don't know who you are, weird lady. But I don't have a sword." And right, a little bit of damage on the zombie. He says, "Got him." Vaughn, you're up.
hunter's mark on the same one. I wouldn't have rolled 2.
You have advantage. Wait, why? Yeah, because it's
Fairy
fairy
fire.
fired. Fairy fired.
Oh, okay. Okay, did that hit?
Yep.
Yeah.
5 points?
9 altogether, it looks like.
Oh, okay. And
All
that
right.
ends my turn.
All right. You know the drill, Golguma.
All right, we will attempt with the rapier again. So we can finish the one off that's a little too close to our liking to the casters there.
Ooh, and he
He's
resists.
back.
Yes, he is.
Ah, very stubborn. Um, that's all for level 2.
I'm going to cast magic missile. Do I target all 3 of them this time, or?
Nope. So with magic missile, you declare your targets, and
All
then
right.
you target them one at a time.
All right, I'm gonna do 29, 8, and 17.
Okay. So then drag them onto each one.
All right. And then we don't know if that zombie 29 resisted or not yet, right? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna
You'll
also.
know. Yeah, you'll know right away because they don't fall.
Okay.
So he's
All right.
dead. If he has a skull and crossbones, he's gone. I just haven't
Okay.
deleted him yet. Yep.
Great. Well, then I am done.
All right, zombie 8. You know what? On occasion, monsters have some capacity to think.
Uh-oh. Flanking.
He'll step forward. Try to attack Lunala. Got another one?
Oh,
Hi, got any spells?
seriously?
Got spell slots, Loon? Come on. Come
I do.
No.
I'll silvery barbs.
on.
It appears.
Hey, you be nice, Dave. There's new people here. All right. Oh, that'll miss. Dirt.
And silver barbs would only be one addition. I mean, it missed, but it would only be one additional die roll, correct?
Technically, yeah. I should decide whether that's
Might give him advantage.
I should decide whether that's a house rule. Well, no, silver barbs is just another dice. It's not redo. It doesn't redo the attack. It's theoretically just a single dice roll. I might house rule that, Tony, but for now it won't matter yet. I'll have to think about it.
All right.
That's a good point, though.
Okay, I'm just going to use Shillelagh to attack zombie 8, I guess.
Okay,
We'll
that'll
get
hit. Shillelagh, but it manages to resist. Makes its Constitution save.
it.
I'm gonna pump a Fury of the Small into it.
All right. Oh, look at that again.
And I will put Halo of Spores into it as well.
All right.
Nice.
Ooh. The less damage you do, the easier the DC is to resist. So Sadly, he made it again.
I'm getting the whole vibes from what is the Monty Python with the Black Knight. I'm not dead
Yeah, not,
yet.
Yep.
right,
He's missing an
exactly.
arm, like two
Right,
arms and both
exactly.
legs, but he's still trying to gnaw at people as they go by.
Right, and this one is obviously in life he was a Rhodes Scholar too, on top of everything else. All right, Lunala.
All right. Hmm. I'm going to attack zombie 19. Um, that's not a great roll. And then should I move? I don't like being where I am, really. Whatever. I'll just stick it out. Corrosia attacks. Let's say zombie 19. It should have been with advantage.
It says ranged and melee. Is Corrosia's not? Oh, because yeah, it doesn't know she's up in the tree. Yeah, that's why. So
So
what you can do, Tony, like because Fantasy
just
Grounds will
move
never
her.
recognize the 3D thing, just slide her back when that happens. Yeah.
All right. Uh, yeah, and she's like 25 feet in the air. So it does hit, doing that much damage. Uh, can I occupy the square to my north? Or is there a tree there?
Um, yeah, I mean that is the part that's sort of blocking your vision. So I'm going to say that's the one spot of the that can't. No, you cannot stand in the trunk. That's the trunk.
All right. Uh, the thing is, they're effectively going to get more attacks on me. So with the advantage, so I may as well provoke attacks.
Yep. I mean, you're not wrong.
I think the math works out better if I stay where I am.
All right. And there's a chance that one or more will be dead by the time they have before they have a chance to attack.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I really don't like zombie 8. That's my primary antagonist here.
All right, Bob, I'm going to shoot the zombie. Thank God they're easy to hit. Oh, F you, buddy. All right, stick him again. All right, now we wait.
He resisted again.
Oh, fuck's sake.
But you
All
are the
right.
new leader for kills.
And we'll put kills in quotes, right? Because you keep resisting.
Just because you're being brought back to life.
All right, zombie 17 on dirt. Ooh! Anybody got a silvery barb or a DM inspiration?
No, none of that. Silvery barbs.
Silvery barb. All right. Don't forget to drop the bosun bonus on somebody. And let me re-roll the attack. There we go.
All right, I'm guessing on this.
Regular hit at least, not a crit. All right. And don't forget your walking man to put on somebody, give them advantage. Zombie 20 will be up next.
It's unbelievable. But go ahead.
But go ahead. I'll allow it.
As long as I keep that fairy fire up and I stay alive, I'm
All right.
okay.
Tanya.
Tana will run forward and try to strike with her rapier on the dying zombie.
There it goes.
Work.
Nice.
So that's my turn.
That
Your
was the most
primary
obnoxious one.
antagonist is down.
Yes, I feel a surge of confidence as I can turn my back to it.
Right. Zombie 19. Would he have learned from his friend, though? Not a chance. All right.
Thank goodness.
Elric.
Thank God.
I may not have a sword, but I have this. He comes up here and flings a dagger at Zombie 17. Oh, hold on. I need to get rid of the dead guy because it's giving him disadvantage. Where are you, dead guy?
Wait,
There.
why?
Because it thinks the dead guy. Oh, it gave him advantage, not dis. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
All right. I thought it was glitching. It's smart. It says, ah, see that? And let's see.
So good. Very nice, Elric.
Vaughn, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to drop 17.
All right.
This fairy fire is coming in clutch.
Yeah, it is.
Resisted death. Okay, I'm gonna apologize to Golgoma. I know that was whizzing past her hair, the arrow flying, but we got to get this one off of dirt. So that's it. That's the end of my turn.
Golgova absolutely agrees, and she's going to go around for flanking necessary, but it's going to have it. And we are going to attempt to hit and attempt to see if we can finish him off. Apparently not. It's very, very stubborn zombies. And then hang on, I covered up the. There we go. Gimbal, finish him
Gimbal.
off.
Oh, of course. I'm gonna come over
Gimbal
here.
has
So
an advantage. I gave it to
I'm
him.
not gonna hit dirt, and I am going to use my chill touch.
I'm nice, it's a hit.
Was it
I don't know
10?
how.
Wow.
Nope.
And I'm gonna use my just able to talk a little bit to the animals and encourage Badger to also bite at this zombie that's almost dead when it's if he does anything. Oh, sorry.
Dirt.
There we go.
Dirt.
I'm just going to use Shillelagh again. See if I can get him to stay down this time.
Ugh.
And I'll just pump Fury the Small into him as well. And I guess my reaction too. Or why not? And he saves. Of course he does. Okay. Thank you.
Lunala.
Let's take out zombie 19. Let's do it. Hit. Nice.
There you go. Down he goes. Now he stays.
I like the dynamic of Lunala and Loon are neck and neck for kills. It's like that scene in Lord of the Rings
Only counts.
where
Now we just
they're
now we just need a really big zombie to come in and only
That
counts
one
as one.
counts as 2. Yeah.
There you go.
But Kazad, the Kazad, and the new axes of the dwarves. The dwarves are upon us. Yes.
Lunala. Anything else from Lunala?
and Corrosia. Corrosia will try to take down that zombie 17. The new personal best.
Resisted though.
All right. Don't take away my stats though.
Loon.
Okay.
Loon.
Now, screwed up. Hold on 1 sec. There we go. It didn't work.
Good hit.
Where's the damage?
I don't see damage yet. There goes. That'll hit.
Was it 10?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Zombies, baby. Enjoy it while you can. It's the only time you're gonna typically.
Oh, it's still up. All right.
Easy to hit, just real hard to put down, apparently.
All right. You see the door crack open a little bit. Guard that was up comes out. He says, "Oh, sorry about these guys. Uh, I forgot. I forget that they're there sometimes. I had to stop and use the restroom." And he picks up a whistle off his necklace and blows into it. The zombies just stop, lifeless, just standing there. He says, "All right. Are we staying in initiative? Does anybody wish to stay in initiative?"
I'm retrieving my arrows from the zombie.
That's fine. Rule is written after combat. You can regain half of your expended ammunition. So whatever you spent, you can regain half. Does anyone want to stay in combat or in initiative?
I definitely want to hit that zombie again.
All right, we'll stay in it. He comes out. He blows the whistle. They stop moving. Boom, boom. Tanya, you want to do anything?
I'm all set.
All right. Albert says, "The bathroom. Come on, we almost died here. What?" Guard just kind of shrugs. Vaughn, just collecting arrows.
Yep. Collecting my arrows, but I'm pulling them out, like twisting them when I pull them out.
Right. All right. Golguma, anything for you?
I think Gokuma. You know what? This sounds real silly. This was the one that, like, 17's the one that almost came real close to dying a whole bunch of times, yeah?
One of them, yeah.
Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna see if there was an easy way for me to, like, give him a good kick and just see if that did it without, like, using my rapier, just kick at him real hard.
Do an
But
unarmed
no,
strike.
I don't see that as an option here. I don't know. Can I just like roll something? Well,
Yep,
well,
it's just a strength check.
it's a strength check.
Hmm. You don't have proficiency yet.
No. I'll just roll it there.
It'll hit. And then it's, see, what is the damage for unarmed?
It's
Strength,
just
Just my
your
strength
strength
mod?
check.
Strength mod, yeah.
So
yeah.
just 2.
Yep. Which, why don't you do this? Type the number 2 in the text chat, because I want to give you credit for every hit point of damage that you do. Type number
Sure.
2 in the text chat, and I think I can just grab it and. Oh, it won't do it. You don't roll damage in the text chat. I'd rather give you credit for more hit points of damage and not the death.
How do I
Oh,
roll
just double click the damage. Just like for any of your weapons, just double click the damage for any
Oh,
weapon.
just a double. Oh, the weapon.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, just any weapon.
Sorry. I know this is a silly thing, but
Well, I'm the one who said do it. I mean, I could have just, all right, and it's which
can you
number?
drag it onto him?
No, I got him.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
All right, there he goes.
Got
Picked
it.
it dead.
He is dead.
Oh, failed to resist death. Okay,
Yes.
good. Excellent. Yes, she will give it a straight kick before ending her turn.
All right, Gimbal, anything for you or you?
Nope.
Guard says, hey, we have to. It's a hassle to put those back together. Knock that off. Dirt.
Where should I let them go? I'm not sure why it cost so many times. Why did it do that so many times?
Do you have multiple targeted? Let's see.
Oh, I did. I had the last guy. Sorry, that was left over.
That's all right.
Oh, just from 20.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah, I hadn't deleted the other one yet. I think. I'm sorry. He says. No, really, guards. No, really, stop it. Come on. Anala, anything?
Yeah. She's just like trying to pull her rapier out of one zombie corpse, and it hits the other.
Right.
Like, oh, whoops.
Whoop. Oopsie.
Oops.
And then she'll say, "Corrosia, you can stop," but Corrosia just burps.
All right.
That's all I can do.
Loons?
No, nothing.
No. All right. All right. Guard calls up. He calls out, archers, aim.
I'm gonna move my hunter's mark after the one drop to the guard.
All right. All right. He says, that's fine. You can put that second walking man on the guard. He says, archers, aim. You see along the top of the wall, in addition to the 2 or 3 that you saw previously, you see now a total of 8 archers, longbows drawn, aimed down at you. He says, seriously, I'm going to get in trouble for you having killed the other ones already. Leave that one alone, or my men will fire.
Suppose so, but you told
Oh,
us to
go on.
approach.
Push it. Push it. Come on.
Golgoma will kind of shrug and like kind of take out her book and wave her book.
All right. All right. We're gonna call that because none of you have low enough wisdom to do that. All right. He says, yeah, books. You guys have books?
Golgoma will kind of pause and look a little sideways at our newcomers.
We're allowed in.
If you got a book,
I got plenty of books.
it's got to be one we don't have.
I can write one real quick, but I don't have one.
So the group has one extra because their companion, their paladin that left, said, "Here, in case you meet somebody along the way that needs it, because you had an extra." Lunala and Loon, you certainly both have a book from your time that happened to come with you in your dream escape.
Yeah.
Perhaps they wouldn't have a copy of it.
I hand over
least
my
not that
dissertation.
Right,
Hasn't been published yet, so you certainly don't have it.
right, exactly. All right. And Loon, we'll assume that you had a book transported with you. It's almost like the Fates knew that you'd need one. All right, he says, all right, go ahead. He steps aside. All right, let's take, for those of you that are newer, I always do a bio break during my games because I'm old. So it's about 10 after. Let's come back right around 20 after, maybe like 22 minutes after the hour, give or take. And we will
Okay,
proceed from there.
sounds good.
Sounds good.
can I help out somebody in the party? Looks pretty bad.
Yep. Let me get that set up for you. The import Bob doesn't sometimes misses things. The good news is we only ever have to do the import once. Once we have stuff on your sheet, it'll be set from then on. So
I know I'm not like, proficient or anything in it, but I'm going to try to at least bandage people up if I can.
oh, okay. Because I know there are some. Yeah, you can sort of bandage wounds a little bit. The guard looks a little impatient as you're just. You can do that when you get inside.
Okay, let's go.
Um, Kind of rushes you on a little bit. All right, so he leads you in. Candlekeep is sizable. It's like a small town, or not a city. It's like a small town. Oh, I showed you the map earlier, and he leads you. Well, matter of fact, let's get that map back up. Why don't we? Rather than just describing, you can also point. While we're at it, give you a little bit of a. There's Candlekeep from above. There's a profile view. All right, so he's going to lead you. I keep closing things, they don't stay open. Funny how that works.
Is there a dragon around one of those towers?
Currently, you don't see one.
Okay.
In the picture, there might actually be. All right, so you step into past the gate. The way of the lion leads into the gates, opens into a eastern end of a spacious cobblestone courtyard. Those of you that have been here before know that it was nicknamed the Court of Air, mainly because it's so empty, the only thing it holds is air. Number of structures. Normally the courtyard is fairly busy, at least those of you that were here in prior days. It's not especially. There are a few black-robed, acolyte-looking folk moving from one building to another, particularly the towers on the north end of the Court of Air. Guard leads you to right about down here, past a couple of buildings. And he says, house arrest is inside. He says, go in, acolytes will sign you a bunk.
I'm sorry. Other people have been here before, but I am new. Did you say house arrest?
Yeah, the house of rest.
House of
Oh.
arrest. I thought they were saying we were under house arrest.
He says, no, not really. I mean, you need to let.
Does it have a window?
Yeah, there are windows. He says, I mean, not arrest, no. I mean, if you want to leave, you tell the acolytes and they'll make sure it's okay. You don't want to, walk out when there's flesh-eating zombies or anything in the courtyard.
Or while you're in the bathroom.
Really? How often do you get zombies in the courtyard?
Um,
They put them
well,
there, right?
sometimes they stay. Yeah, I don't know. It's above my pay grade. It happens a lot though. So yeah, you go in. You'll be in house arrest, and
All right, so we short rest in the House of Rest.
Yeah, so you enter in, and the place has obviously seen better days. Um, a lot is there's it's in disrepair. There are a couple of scholarly-looking folks sitting at tables. They sort of look surprised. An older, balding man looks surprised, long beard, sees you. Uh, doesn't really say anything. Acolyte walks up to you, black robed uh, man, probably in his mid 20s. Um, looks at you all and says, "Okay," and turns and starts walking away.
I'm gonna say this again. I'm very sorry. We are new here. Um, is there
He,
anything
he stops.
expected of us? Anyone we should meet? Anyone we should meet about seeing
He says,
books or gathering information?
"That's not, yeah, whatever. Come on." And he
Well,
continues to walk down the hallway, toward the hallway.
Gesturing us to follow.
Yeah,
we'll follow.
Sure.
Can I just do a general insight check to
sure,
see, like, I
sure,
mean, we did get attacked at the gates, just a general sense of
yeah,
how dangerous this might be for our health.
yeah. You're having trouble getting a read, mainly because, like he just seems annoyed that you're there. Is really, but I mean, beyond that, you have no.
Yeah,
Is he annoyed because he has to go and feed you to the other
Can I roll?
sure, yeah, anyone who wants, um, you know, but why he's annoyed, you're not sure. You just see.
Meh.
Yeah, I mean, not much more than that. Maybe he's doesn't like his job. Lunala, you're convinced that he's leading you down into a deadly trap. Um,
Uh, I'm going to summon Curio on my shoulder.
oh, who do I have Curio? I don't have Curio imported in this campaign. Does Curio have stats that we use?
Uh, yes, Curio has stats.
We will have to get them
Put
set
them
up
in
there.
both.
Yeah, get them set up. Won't worry about it just yet, though. Yeah, you summon.
Um,
Curio,
but
by
I
the way,
have
is
Curio.
cat. Yeah,
Curio is a winged cat, a Tresson,
press them.
uh, who has some handy abilities such as the ability to see invisible creatures and
Yep,
detect poisons.
yep.
So he's keeping an eye out because I'm convinced it's a trap.
I mean, you think probably. I mean, like, yeah, you start to second guess yourself though as you walk because there's literally no other signs of it as you walk. But you'd better safe than sorry. He leads you down the hallway, around a corner, and he says, "All the rooms are full. You have to stay in the basement. You have bedrolls."
I assume if you've been traveling long,
Yeah, I have one.
All right. Well, you can all share his if you need.
um, I think Gogoma will turn to Elric and be like, is it standard?
He says, "No, they're usually a lot less friendly."
Good.
And I'm gonna kind of interrupt and go, "What are we doing in here?"
He says, "Oh, this is where you stay. Someone will come and get you tomorrow if you're wanting to look at books. I'm assuming you're wanting to look at books."
Well,
I
that
would
is
love to look at books.
Yeah.
a big reason I came.
Yeah, someone will come get you tomorrow. It might be the next day. Not sure yet. Just wait down there. He opens up a door.
Are we are we allowed to go through the city?
Why would you want to do that?
Does no one have a +4 better on interactions an
Are there no
NPCs.
charisma-based characters here?
Well,
We have a
Tana,
bard.
the bard is. Oh wait, I think are we still missing? I think we're still missing Tana.
Uh-oh. Oh, they must have dropped, yeah. Must have from the Discord anyway. Well, that's nothing in the text.
Nim, you're friends with them, right? Are they out?
Didn't say anything to me.
Okay.
All right. I just tagged him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what do you want what do you want Tanya to, what do you want, what information,
Tana
or
or
what do you,
Tanya?
they've been pronouncing it Tanya, so I'm assuming it's an N with like a tilde on it or something.
Tanya.
Negotiate a better dungeon for us or room.
All right, a better
We want
lodgings.
a new room.
Tanya says, "Are you sure all the rooms? I mean, maybe you can double somebody else up, or the acolyte stops. Nope, and opens the door to the cellar. Just go on. Are you? Yes, you're allowed. If you need to go somewhere, wherever you want to go, you can't even get to the books yet.
Well,
Do you
gives us
need?
something to do rather than sit in a room for multiple days.
Who's in charge? Can we ask that? Do we know? Who's in charge? Let me talk to your
Lich,
manager.
It's a
He
lich,
says,
isn't it?
Lich Tobe.
yes, indeed. He says, trust me, you don't want to see the boss.
First name Lich. Last name Lich.
Son of a.
Tobe.
And he says, oh yeah, you missed dinner tonight. Uh, breakfast will be tomorrow morning. So,
All right, I guess we long rest.
yeah, and it's like 2 in the afternoon. Just put that out there.
Can I just stay outside on the streets and just kind of hunker down,
He said, looks
or
at you and says,
am I being forced in?
I mean, nobody's physically forced. I mean, into the building. I'm assuming everybody went into the building together at the very least. I mean, are you just gonna walk out? Is that, or what are you thinking?
Well, I'll just hang out outside the building, just relax out there, like I'm getting some sun.
Right. I mean, so like, do you go in initially when the guard opened the door for everybody, or no?
No, I'm gonna wait outside.
All right.
I'll
Guard would say to you, yeah, guard will say to you, you got to go in.
I do not have to go.
Then you got to leave. I mean, that's
Archers?
the rules. Oh yes, I knew. You're right. Dadgummit. I. Yeah. Let me send them a message. Let me tell them. Send them a message. All right. Um, yeah. Tanya did tell me, sent me a message earlier today that they were leaving early. So, but they're going to watch the stream. So, says yeah, you got to go in. That's the rules. You gotta get your room and stuff. Talk to the acolyte if you want to come back out. Just let him know. But you got to go in and get checked in. That's how it works.
All right, if we're being encouraged to rest, I will comply.
Well, this is Devon. This is Vaughn. While Vaughn is waiting outside while the rest of you are
Oh.
following the acolyte.
Okay, yeah, I'll follow everybody else.
Okay. All right. And you don't. I mean, you want to talk to the acolyte instead of going down into the cellar, or I mean, maybe he'll let you go or whatever. You could do that if you wanted to.
No, I'll join the group.
Okay. All right. He says, "Oh, right. Don't go out tonight in the courtyard. The lycanthropes are having a shindig."
Ooh, does anybody want extra dexterity and immunity to non-magical attacks?
Right. I see what you did there.
Um, seems like there might be some downsides. Maybe a couple. Um, uh, no, I have enough fur as it is. Thank you. Um, when is dinner usually? If it's only
Oh,
2 o'clock.
just oh,
That's a great question. She should
it's
get inspiration for that question.
same time as breakfast. We only really serve one meal, just in the morning.
One meal breakfast.
Yeah. You're on your own for the rest. You figure it out.
Is
Is
there
there
a
any place
restaurant?
in town to get something?
He says, I mean, not really. Most folk just bring their own rations.
I have some mushrooms and berries I gathered in the forest. I can share.
See, he's got
Wish I had.
mushrooms and berries. What are you all worried about?
Dirt has some good mushrooms too.
He got the good mushrooms. Um,
Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna say, well, do you have any traders who come this way? Do the Zens have any presence here?
no,
Anyone who's more talkative than you?
no.
Okay.
My the twins, the 1-year-olds, if you ask them a yes or no question, the answer is always no. I don't know where they picked up on this, but I picked them up from daycare. I'll say, "Did you have a good day?" And the both of them will say, "No."
Oh man, that's the
"Did
cutest.
you
That's the
play?"
cutest thing ever.
"No." "Do you want dinner?" "No."
That's awesome. So you can see down the door. It doesn't look like just like a dusty, dry cellar or anything. You can see that there, as you work your way down the steps, it's actually like a mini library down there. I say mini, but it's only mini compared to the rest of Candlekeep. There's 3 stories, 3 floors. The upper 2 have a book collection, and you can see down the. It's well, I mean, as you move in, you'll learn this. Bottom floor is you'll find living quarters. Um, but on your way down, when you get to the cellar, and you see, oh, you also see there are lanterns um, positioned all around with fireflies inside them. And as seeing you notice this, Elric will say, "Yeah, they call this the firefly cellar. It's actually not too bad down here. Uh, there's common room down in the basement." Um,
Means a dungeon.
yeah. So as you come
Oh, we'll
down,
start talking about the mechanisms whereby fireflies sync up their flashes.
right?
How we can recreate that.
I'm
Um,
gonna
go ahead.
just in here to with all of these books and lore. I'm just going to start to ritually cast detect magic to make sure that nothing else is going on.
Sure, sure. You do see a few people here, by the way. A couple um, individuals looking through the stacks. You see, in particular, you see an elderly female elf balanced on a ladder, arranging a few flower pots on one of the top bookcases. She is engrossed in her work. Um, Before you can say anything, she starts talking to you, not looking at you. She says, um, "Abdur, are you back?" "I never left," grumbles a voice from below. "Oh?" Elf looks down and seems kind of surprised by you all. She says, "Oh, visitors. Hi, I'm the scribe, Varnir. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry for the disarray. Uh, we do our best to keep things nice down here, but times are tough."
Well, you have plants growing in the cellar. You seem to be doing a pretty good job.
Well, I try to keep it homey. She says, "Hey, would you mind? There's a stack of books. You're on your way down to the living quarters, I assume." "Yeah, you're on your way
Yes,
down."
yes.
He points to a small pile of books that are on a stool. He says, "Will you take those down to Edinburgh? Uh, I really appreciate it. I'll come down. I'll meet you down there in a little bit. Help you all get settled in."
Do I
Okay, thanks.
recognize this building? Is this new construction?
This is as you remember it. Um, Matter of fact, you recognize Varnir. You know Varnir and Edgar both. Um,
Happy days.
she says.
I greet them warmly.
She
I ask
says.
them what happened.
Varnir says, looks at you and says, "Happy days. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Happy days to all of you. I'll be down in a little bit." She very obviously doesn't seem to recognize you.
Oh no. I'll do a short prayer to Agma to ask what happened here.
All right.
I'm grasping at straws.
Right. Um, yeah. I mean, you don't get exactly an answer or a non-answer, but the connection that you often feel, not always, but often feel to Agma is less than what it normally would be. It just feels like. Um, all right, so you make your way down the living quarters, and you can see there's a kitchen just off a large room. The large room has a, excuse me, a door, a single door off of it, and coming out of that door is a human male, and he says to you all, "Shh, I just put my daughter to bed." Uh, Says, "Edbur's the name. Nice to meet you all." Says, "Oh, are those books for me?"
Yes.
"Ah, thank you. Um, Actually, they're not. They're not for me. They're for Catula. Um, but I'll make sure she gets them." Uh, so this is it, and he just sort of points to the open area on the floor. I've got a couple extra bedrolls if you need them. It's not what it used to be. And you know, Lunala, that it used to be like there were bunks down here, and a chef that worked basically at all time, not all time, not 24 hours a day, but like made meals. Edgar says to you, says, "We have some hardtack and jerky in the kitchen. I have some fruit in there. You're all welcome to. I had a big cart come in a few days ago, and I bought what they had. So
That's very kind of you. It does seem like you guys are facing hard times. Um, kind of turns cautiously to Elric and says, by any wild chance, have you heard or seen from Felina Voss in recent times?"
he says, "Oh, Felina, she's wonderful. Yeah, she's been coming here since before the dark times. Uh, haven't seen her in quite a while though. Been a couple years. I heard she took on an apprentice in up in Heldorgate. From what I hear, he's not very impressive.
No, I
Oh,
think he's
Goma
here.
will give. Oh,
I
sorry.
think he's here.
Well,
Goma will just give Elric some heavy side eye.
he kind of shrugs. He says she's not wrong. You don't remember me, Ebder? He looks a little closer. Oh, yeah, you're the. Oh, I'm sorry about that. You're what is it?
Elric.
No, it was. Oh, maybe that was it. Yeah, nice to see you again, boy. All right, so yeah, you see a couple other rooms off this bottom floor. Looks like, in addition to the one that he came out of, that he was um, set his daughter to sleep. There's a second door pretty much right next to that one, and then there's a third one. And as you notice that, Elric says, "You don't want to wander down that one. That goes into the worm tunnel."
Is
And
that Miriam's tunnel? Is she still around?
says, he says, "Well, we're not sure. She hasn't been seen quite some
Worm
time."
is in purple or worm is in dragon?
Oh, dragon, silver dragon. She was for a long time the guardian of Candlekeep, or one of them. But she was always a little strange to begin with. Well, strange and dead eventually. But she, even in death, she was still bound to the material plane, and served as guardian to Candlekeep. When the Lich came, um, well, different stories. Different people tell you different things. Some think that the Lich ran her off. Some think that she just went down in hiding and hasn't been back. We don't know for sure, but the Lich tends to send wizards and things down there from time to time, so I don't know what he's got brewing, but they'll go down, and then sometimes they'll come up with various undead ghouls and such.
We'll keep an eye out for her.
All right, so he says, "Oh, yeah, the acolyte upstairs. Don't mind him. You need to go somewhere, do something. Just be careful in the courtyard. The Lich all tends to have some weird things going on out there, especially at night. But excuse me. um,
Will he truly send someone to let us look at the books?
he
Or should
says,
we not hold our breath for that?
yeah, he's probably not going to remember. He's honestly, the fact that he wasn't passed out drunk is a little surprising. I kind of half expected the gate guard, to bring you down. And I'm having a technical difficulty here with this update. I'm having trouble opening my my notes here. It's weird. Those of you that have used Fantasy Grounds before, this update was huge and unexpected. They normally update on Tuesdays, so for them to randomly update on Thursday with a bunch of aesthetic changes is bizarre. So give me a second while I
Okay.
look at this.
I'm gonna nibble on food while you do.
Yeah.
So what is Corrosia? What is that? That snake thing?
Corrosia is an invention of Lunala's. Mechanically, she is a homunculus servant.
Ah, okay.
There we are. Finally. Okay. Um, so, the other thing that you noticed coming in Lunala is the Temple of Ogma, which is right past the Smithian stables inside the gate, which is going to be, would normally be like right there between number 4 and number 6, is completely raised.
Like no more?
Yeah, like it's gone.
That's so sad.
Yeah, flat ground. Um,
Is he mad?
don't know.
Well, he's not answering my text.
That'll happen. All right, and also tell you that he says the hearth. He says the food's not great, so I definitely recommend sticking with whatever you brought. Chances are, if you eat over there, you, let's just say you're going to spend most of your time, less time in the stacks and more time in the bathroom. All right. He says, yeah, so you're wanting access to this he says, what are you looking to research? Maybe I can help you figure out who to talk to.
Well, my research interests are artifice, and abjuration, perhaps military applications.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, you're gonna need access beyond the Emerald Door. Well, maybe we'll see. The what about everybody else? What else are you looking for?
Well, I think a couple of things. I think she kind of looks sideways at Elric. An observatory, maybe a spot to look where the stars are darkest.
Howard says, yeah, we you remember when I used to come here, uh, up on the big research tower, uh, out this side of the Emerald Door. He said, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. You guys can go. You can go there anytime. Again, I wouldn't cross the Port of Air at nighttime. It's quite dangerous usually.
And do you have anything on um, Helder's Gate or um, sort of the politics of Helder's Gate?
Um, yeah, I know which one of the avowed to have talked to. Tell you what, guys, I'm gonna head over to the Emerald Door in a little bit. We want artifice, I'm not going to ask them about war. The new avowed are not real keen on giving out strategy. They're quite paranoid. Somebody's going to try and take them over with good reason, I suppose, because you know, looks around. Everybody kind of wishes
Alrighty, guys.
they would. So, yeah, I know that there's a couple of avowed I'll have meet up with you. Yeah, if you want to get settled in, do you need a rest? You look a little bit worse for the wear. No offense, if he's looking at the battle wounds.
Yeah, I was gonna try to bandage up dirt a bit if I could. I don't know. I rolled
Yeah.
16 medicine with the bandages.
Yep. Let's see. So, let's see. Mechanically, in 5e, a healer's kit it really is used just to stabilize someone. It doesn't actually heal, unless you've got an ability
There's a
that's
there's a feat healer that lets you use a healer's kit to actually
yeah
heal.
yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
I
have
don't
that
have
feat?
that.
Okay.
Are we gonna have a rest?
That's what he's asking. Are you guys you want to rest for a bit? How
Yeah,
soon
let's
do you want
rest
me to how soon do you want me to have them meet you in the observatory?
an hour.
Okay. All right.
Also, a short rest, not a long rest.
Well, it's middle of the day.
Middle of the
Good.
day, and it sounds like we shouldn't be out and about at night.
Unless you want a werewolf party.
Ain't no party like a werewolf party. All right, so short rest it is. I'll hit the button. Those of you who wish may spend hit dice. You'll find them on the main tab of your character sheet down at the bottom center. Dirt, Manala, I don't know if you want to spend any.
Yeah, I'm hurt.
Yeah. You took the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, I took 13 damage, which at this point is a lot.
Yeah.
I'll spend another one, I guess. No, I can deal with 3 damage.
All right.
And I'm gonna use my arcane recovery.
Yep. All right. So you take your rest, and you sort of gathered around a table down in the living area. It's quiet. Um, and each of you, everyone, give me a perception check.
Can Curio give a perception check?
Sure.
He's hanging out. It is +5, so 16.
Okay. So, Gimbal, you're in your own little world. But everyone else, if you notice that your fellow party members are all humming a little something. You're muffled at first, and you can't quite tell what it is until you realize that you're actually humming it as well. And Gimbal, I mean, you're blissfully unaware that anybody is humming for a few moments until till you all sort of come to realize what's going on. And not only that, Edbur is there, as is Cthulhu. Cthulhu is a during your short rest would have come in, introduced themselves. Cthulhu is, let me describe her, a tabaxi, especially interested in me in talking to Tanya. Um, she tells you she arrived in Candlekeep about 6 days ago, and she's studying folk magic, that sort of thing. Anyway, do I have a picture? Am I? Nope, I don't. At any rate,
Guma will look very accusatorily at our bard. Are,
right?
is this one of your music magic things? I know Tanya's not really here, so it's easier to pick on them.
Right, right.
Um, I think that's what Guma's first suspicion would be as a person who's not magical at all.
Yeah, I mean, she says, you know, no, I'm not really sure why we're humming. Is anyone trying to sort of resist humming? Not humming, I mean.
Guma will try not to hum. I don't think she's a musical type and thinks this is kind of odd.
All right.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I'll resist humming. Is it a charm effect?
It's not, but and you can resist if you're giving any effort toward it. You stop, right? And when individuals start to stop gimbal, that's when you sort of notice you're the last one still. You then notice that you're still humming, which you can then choose to stop if you wish to.
I'll just stop.
All right. And gosh, why won't this open? I'm so frustrated. Mm. I apologize, you guys. This is. I'm supposed to have arrows to be able to page through things, and I don't have arrows, so I'm miss. You know what? Okay, okay, I can fix this. I have a. Here we go.
I'm just admiring Tony's restraint about not mentioning an alternate VTT function.
I don't. I have to walk a line.
Right?
Dog gets annoyed with me sometimes.
Well, at this point, it's a running gag. So I mean, we've been
I
doing this.
got the backstory there.
Tony and he's been trying to get me to use Foundry for 2 years more than. Um, okay, here we go. Here we are. The rhyme. Here's what you're rhyming. Well, I said, here's what you're rhyming. Why? Now it's disappeared. It goes like this. See a mother scything wheat with another took his ear. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshime, Shemshime. Causes grief, avoids the blame. Shemshime, Shemshime. See a dog that knows how to heal, never heeds plead nor command. Mother gave it a tasty meal, dog chose instead to eat her hand. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshime, Shemshime. Causes grief, avoid the blame. Shemshime, Shemshime. See a son doing his chore, washing clothes for folk in town. Fell into the river's roar, sank to the bottom, and he drowned. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshime, Shemshime. Causes grief, avoids the blame. Shemshime. About that time, Varnier, who you met earlier, comes down the hatch, and it comes down. She says, "We have a problem," and you can hear her humming first tune under her breath.
Yeah, what's with the voluntary singing?
She says, sunshine, sunshine. When I first arrived at Candlekeep long ago, the avowed were concerned about a singing malaise. A book merchant had been here that was doing something similar, and uh, he was afflicted with it. He was put in isolation after several avowed began singing the song too, sunshine, sunshine. I don't know what happened to him, but it was 600 years ago. uh, but I'm assuming happened again, and it's spreading. So I alerted the avowed, and we've sealed the exit to keep it from getting any further. So we're going to be here for a little while. Sorry about this, everyone.
There's a cursed rhyme.
You say yeah, it is. Not really sure what to do about it, but I'm sure the avowed will figure something out.
Take a candle and get some wax and roll it up, pull a little bit of wax off the candle and just put it in my ears,
All right,
just to try to block it.
all right. Um, so as you're all talking with Varnier, you notice Edber doesn't look quite right. You hear you see him sort of open his mouth wide, making no noise at first, and then a shrill shriek starts out very tiny, and then then he starts just yelling at the top of his lungs. Uh, Does the shadow have a name? Sunshine, sunshine, cause grief, avoid the blame, sunshine, sunshine, just screaming. Um, and his body looks paralyzed, and he just at the constantly just yelling the rhyme, but he's not moving other than his mouth.
Guidance and
Goma,
then Arcana check to
Sure,
see if I can.
sure.
24.
You've heard of such magical maladies. Um, Curse is likely the right word for it. That's what's going on for all of you, you think, or at least, and to put it more, I guess to put it in mechanical terms, right? He just had to make a saving throw and failed it. None of you have had to make saving throws yet. He just made one, or he just rolled one and failed it.
I've heard tell of a spell that can remove a curse.
Can I
Elric says,
check with
"What's that called?"
It'll come to me. Let me make an Arcana check to see if I can remember.
Oh, you know, it's called remove. You know, I mean, yeah.
the nat 20, I'm sure she does.
Elric says, "Okay,
Remove
that makes
curse.
sense." Elric says, "Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, okay." Somebody else was.
I was just saying, can I cast detect magic to see if I see where this is coming from?
Sure.
All right. I'm gonna use my book so I don't have to wait the 10 minutes for it to happen.
Use your book. Oh, right. You're
Scribe.
right. Yep, scribe. Yeah, yeah. That's a cool ability. I don't have a ton of players that do the scribe, and it's on my list to play because I think it's cool. Um, and just because when I play, I like to piss off the other players' expectations. You hit 5th level, everybody wants you to have fireball, and I just don't take fireball on principle. I'm a horrible player. I'm on the high end of average for DMs. I have no delusion that I'm the best in the world, but I do okay. Uh, as a player, I'm the worst player to have at a table. I'm horrible. Um, but anyway, there was a question I was about to answer when I started making fun of myself.
This
Uh,
is it's
detect
Edgar.
magic. Yes, detect magic.
It's Edward that's kind of wigging out, right?
Yeah.
That's the yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So
take I'm gonna take out my rope. I might have to tie this guy up. He looks like he's under control of something.
yeah. I mean, he's not physically moving other than his mouth, but
Right, right.
yeah. But yeah, absolutely you can. And Varnier's like, yeah. Who knows what he'll do next?
I'll go ahead and tie him up.
All right. He doesn't even seem to notice you. Jump shot, jump shot.
Put a really good knot in that tie.
While he's tying, Gimbal, your detect magic goes through, and um, so necromantic energy, um, not just, I mean, concentrated, at least in the room here, the largest concentration is on Ebder. Um, it's in the air. I mean, each of you has some radius, just a little bit of necromancy.
Elric, what's happening?
He says, I don't know. He looks at Gimbal. Any idea?
Oh, I know that Edgar was just out visiting people. I wonder if he brought something back with him.
Barnier says, well, it's possible.
Should we check on his daughter
Should
that
I?
he just put to bed?
Can I make an Arcana check to see what I know about this kind of stuff?
Sure.
Not
You
too
know,
much.
I mean, along with your detect magic, at the very least, that'll tell you think this is some form of a curse.
Yeah.
You know, necromancy is curses are necromantic magic.
Yep.
Um, so, just as you finish tying Edgar up, um, he, he stops screeching and sort of shakes his head a little bit. Sometimes, sometimes. He says, what happened to that? And you were just mentioning his daughter. As he's coming to, his daughter comes rushing out of the room. Daddy, you were yelling, Shemshine, Shemshine. Why were you yelling? Barnier looks at her and says, Child, we're not sure. Go back to bed best you can. And then something else happens. Uh-oh, can you guys see that?
Yes.
Ignore that. I'm going to re-roll it. All right.
One thing, an alternate a reality fades away before
Exactly,
we redraw it.
exactly, exactly. In one of Loon's realities, the shadows appear. Um, yeah, I need. Let's see, which character? We'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need one dirt. I need you, please, to give me an intelligence saving throw. Main tab, right hand side. Double click on your intelligence saving throw on the right hand side, main tab. 13. All right. For a brief moment, and it ends as quickly as it came, you look across the room and see your worst nightmare. Right? Whatever the worst possible thing that you could see, that's what it is. Tell me what that is that you catch just a glimpse of before it disappears. The most terrifying thing that dirt would think of.
Probably some kind of like demon coming towards him.
All right. Okay. And it disappears as quickly as it came. Um, Tune continues in each of your minds, willing you to intone its sequence of notes. They take on the shape of the words that we read before. And everybody make a, well, even with a nat 20 and guidance on a history check, you've not heard this before. There it is.
Ah, there it is.
I knew I would get there eventually. Yeah, and so again, unless you're actively trying not to, which I mean, I'm assuming you are because you're communicating with one another. Unless you're actively trying not to, you hear it in your head. All right. You also, at that time, you become aware that the song is not just among you all. There's a deep melodic voice singing the words from the kitchen. Sort of a. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshine, Shemshine.
We should investigate.
Well, it seems to be our only lead, so
I
I
cast
agree.
guidance and
All right.
investigate.
Okay. Yeah, the kitchen. So the kitchen, let me give you the layout, and you can tell me, as you know, I sort of usually narrow, perception wider. Kitchen, you've got counters, you have a table, chairs, cabinets, there's a sink, there is a wine rack. What area are you investigating in particular?
I heard a noise from here, right? Is the noise still
In the
happening?
in the kitchen, yeah. Give me a perception to locate which part of the kitchen noise is in, and then you can investigate that particular area. Yeah, it's coming from one of the cabinets, you think.
All right, investigate the cabinets.
All right.
Koguma will follow with her longbow out.
Okay. Are you opening the cabinet as you pinpoint which one the noise is coming from?
I'll have Corrosia open the cabinet.
All right. Corrosia opens the cabinet, and inside, and as soon as the cabinet opens, the singing stops, and you see a skull. It's tiny. It's like the size of it's humanoid-ish looking, the size of a fairy, like it's a fairy skull, perhaps, something along those lines. And it's not singing though. I mean, not anymore. Or if it was even, if it was the thing singing? Can't be certain.
All right. I'll cast resistance and pick it up.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it in the party sheet, if you wish. Oh, we have an unidentified item from last time.
Well, we identified it over the short rest.
Yes, you did. There we go.
The short sword with the magical hilt.
Yep. 'Tis a short sword of wounding. If you're not familiar with it, it is a magic weapon, so it does magic damage. Hit points lost to this damage can only be regained through a short or long rest. Magic, regeneration, whatever, will not cause them to recover. Once a turn, you can wound the target. Start of each of the wounded creature's turn, it's going to take a D4 necrotic for each time that you've wounded it.
Yeah, these are evil weapons, correct?
The short sword of wounding, not, I mean, not necessarily. It's not it's not cursed, and it's there are some that would consider it dishonorable, maybe, or something, but not necessarily. Not necessarily evil. No.
Are short swords a dexterity weapon? I'm trying to remember.
They are.
No.
They are.
Yes, they are
Yeah,
finesse.
they are. Is it versatile? What's the word for it?
They're finesse and light.
Finesse.
Finesse.
They are finesse. Yeah. Finesse and light. So yes,
Martial weapons.
they are martial. Correct.
Golema kind of, I think, looks at um, Von Air in particular and goes, are you going to use this? I might use it rather than my rapier if you're.
You can use it if as long as it's used for good.
Golema will
Sure.
smile with all her fangs out and um, kind of stow the short sword if everyone's good with that. I have to figure out how to do that properly.
I think that's Dave's way to tell me he's ready to fight. What is it?
Right.
Well, they are about to have an opportunity to do that because you see Cthulhu biting her lip to keep from sinking. She slumps to the floor with her back against the wall and her head in her hands. After a moment, her ears flatten. She springs up, uh, taking off at a full sprint. Varnir follows. Says, "Oh, she's gonna try to get out." Abdur says the same. Says, "We've got to stop her. What are you guys gonna do? You know,
Shoot her.
let them handle you."
Can Goma try to trip her? She did just promise to be good. I think she would try to. Could she like do some sort of dexterity thing maybe to try to like trip her or like uh not quite grapple her but like slow her down if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody, give me initiative. Let's and I'll have if I can get this to open. I'll provide you with the library
Because I cannot
or the
figure out how to
cellar.
get the short sword of wounding in my inventory. I tried dragging it and it's not working.
You might sometimes you have to hold like the red box for like a full count of one or two, and then drag it over into your inventory.
That
Yeah.
did it. Thank
So,
you.
yeah. They don't like that.
Can I
Uh,
roll initiative for Curio, who is out and
yes.
about?
Yeah.
Bob,
Yep.
I'm gonna re-roll that with an inspiration.
All right.
Hmm.
All right. That's a little better. Okay. So map's not working. So and this is just the one person anyway. I think so. We're gonna do a theater of the mind. Those of you that have played with me for a while, you know that that's pretty rare. So here's the general description. You are. Um, she is near the stair, which is about 15 feet from everybody. We'll say from each of you. And I'll
Who's
say,
she?
what's her name that's running?
Tatula?
Thank you. Tachula.
Tatuma.
Tachula.
Tatula. Isn't this the
Tachula.
missing person we were looking for?
Catula. No, Catula. Catula is the tabaxi that's down there with you.
Felina Voss is the one we're looking for.
Yeah.
Oh.
Catula is running for the stair. And now that, there we go. Now she's in the combat tracker. Loon, you're up first. What you gonna do?
All right, so this NPC is running upstairs,
Yep,
set of flight of stairs.
she's running up the stair, about to run up the stairs. The other two are like, stop her. She's gonna try and leave, and the Avowed are not gonna like that. They'll probably burn us all to death or something down here.
And this is the Sorry, I'm looking at the map. One with the hunter's mark.
No, Catula. Matter of fact, the guard's no longer there. It's just Catula's.
Yeah.
Catula's the one that's running.
We're no longer on that map.
Yeah, we're theater of the mind for the moment. It's just one opponent, and she's 15 feet
Right,
from
so
everybody.
apologies. So what can I target?
Catula, if you want. She's the one that's running. That's who you're after.
Sure, why not?
She's in the combat tracker is where you have to target her.
Bob, I don't see her.
In the combat tracker?
She's between Dirt and Von Air.
Yeah.
Oh, Cthulhu. All right, fair enough. Boy. All right, try it again.
All right.
Meh. All right. Pass my turn.
All right. Oguma. You said you want to try to trip, or you want to do something different?
I want to either I'm trying to think of how to mechanically do this. Either try to trip her, or I do have some rope and like try to like I don't know, catch up to her and entangle her in the rope somehow, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we'll call it a grapple check.
Well, string's not terrible. So strength check then.
Athletics. Yeah, athletics is what you're looking for.
Skills, athletics. Okay.
All right, you've got her. Effectively grappled. You wrap the rope around her and pull it tight. It's not preventing her from using her hands or anything like that, but her speed is 0. You've got her stopped at the moment.
And then she'll yeah, try to hold her until the other's like, hey, can you help me tie her up?
All right.
And yeah, I don't I don't know. She's an old guard, so I don't think she's actually trying to harm Cthulhu. She's just trying to restrain her.
All right.
All right.
Gimbal.
Well, I was gonna try to just put her to sleep, but since she's already restrained now, I guess I'll run up on the other side, and I have some rope also that if already kind of restrained, I'll try to get my rope around her too.
Okay. Yeah. Give me an athletics check.
All right. This should be good. I'm very athletic.
And I'm going to give her disadvantage on hers. I know it's not really rules written that being grappled shouldn't do that, but like the logistics of what we're talking about here, we're not exactly grappled. It's more of a rule of cool thing. So Um, yeah, you get her. She's now restrained as well.
Okay.
By the way, real cool. If I haven't mentioned this before, often is a one-time thing, right? Don't think that from here on out, if two of you happen to throw ropes around somebody, they're going to be restrained. It's not a new rule. This is just sort of a one-time sort of cinematic thing almost. Lunala.
I'll take out my manacles
All right.
and put them on her.
All right. She's trying to get away, but you managed to snap them on, and she's
And you said she was by the stairs
yeah,
and like wrap it around a railing, so she's like
yeah,
manacled to the railing.
yeah. She's basically frothing at the mouth, just repeating the rhyme over and over again, kind of yanking, trying to get herself free, but it's not happening very obviously.
Can
Um,
oh sorry.
well, that was my action. I have other things I'd like to do, but that's my turn.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Dirt. You gonna do anything? She is restrained at the moment.
I'm standing like ahead of her on the stairs just to sort of
Yeah,
block the way.
block her from coming up. Yeah.
Oh, while she's restrained, I'm not going to do anything to her. I'll just pass my turn.
Okay. Let's see. Um, yeah, she
That
is.
seems bad for Cthulhu.
Yeah, it is. She is very obviously completely. She's not in there, right? You can tell it's like it's madness of some sort, right? So let's see. She is going to cast a spell.
Counterspell. Wait.
Dang
Her
it!
hands are bound.
Oh, they are. This one, okay. Does she have? Probably she's not. Um, yeah, she did. Actually, she's not going to cast. Good, good. Thank you for reminding me about the manacles. Um, she starts. Let's see, man. She starts sort of flailing. She starts bashing her own head against the wall um, severely, like literally causing herself some damage. Starts bleeding. Vaughn, you want to do anything?
Yeah, I'll help just to try to restrain her from any kind of uh, bashing of the head.
All right. Yeah,
So,
give me an athletics check.
right.
That is going to be on your skills day. You found it. All right. And let's see. Tie means no change, so she continues to bash.
Okay. And if I can move up the stairs, I'm going
Sure.
to. If I couldn't help, I'm going to move up the stairs and try to listen at the door, where she was going to at the door. Is there?
So the door is two more stories up, but that's where Varnier seems to think she was. And the door that's sealed is two stories up so yet. So, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's the general direction.
Since I couldn't help, I'm going to head in that direction as far as I can get.
Okay.
Um, and that's the end of my turn.
All right. Tanya the Bard says, "I have an idea," and gonna take a cue from what Gimbal was thinking. It's almost as if Tanya somehow knew that Gimbal was thinking about casting sleep. And Tanya turns to Gimbal and says, "Great idea." And so she will Let's just hope this rolls at least a 21. Good
Oh
lord.
no.
Bunch of ones and twos and threes.
Right? What the hell? Elric. Uh, you see Elric, his eyes start to burn red, and smoke comes out of his ears as he casts a spell, and he says, "Stop!" in a deep, booming voice. And he's going to try to intimidate her using with thaumaturgy. And she manages to resist his influence. Loon.
Right. I'll shoot the NPC or whatever she is.
All right.
You're attacking her?
What you want to grapple her?
Well, she is grappled. She is grappled,
She's
restrained, and
tied up.
Yeah,
handcuffed.
she's grappled and restrained. She's just banging her. She's banging her own head against the wall. She's likely going to knock herself out, if not do serious damages. So they're sort of trying to stop her more or less
All
from
right.
her hurting
So,
herself.
fine. I'll pass turn.
All right. All right. Goguma, anything else?
Can Goguma, since she's already like grappled and restrained and everything,
Mm-hmm.
can she sort of pat her down? Like, I remember that she came in from a little while back. She's relatively new to town. Can I see if there's anything on her person, like another skull or something that seems very
Yeah.
suspicious that might be caused, like a physical item? Because she doesn't
Yeah.
know much magic, but she could look for a physical item, maybe.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check.
Ooh. All right. Let's see.
Not really. Not really anything of interest.
No? Well, then she will just try to. I suppose that makes sense, but she'd have a hard time searching her while also keeping her restrained.
Yeah.
Um, so that's it for Goma, but I think she'll tell Lunala, like, is there anything that seems to be connected to that skull you found?
All right,
Okay,
Gimbal.
enter check.
Jeez, I
Try putting her to sleep again, I guess.
well,
No.
yeah. My concern is that we're all so close to her, but I mean,
I'm going to say there's an angle that you can center
oh,
it to where you can get
okay.
just her.
That was like
Yeah.
the main reason I didn't do it the first time.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
that's
I'll
fine.
pass
We're
it.
theater of the mind, so just ask,
All right.
I don't do a lot of theater of the mind, just for those that are newer with me. Like Tony, I think we've done, in the games in 2 years you've been with me, I've maybe had two encounters that have been, this is maybe the third, so that's not
I
real
will.
common, but
I will try sleep. And do I? How
uh,
do I do sleep
did I give
though?
you a button for, so right now you can just
Oh,
write,
yep.
yeah, I think I thought I created a button for you. It's the one that says heal. It's not actually a heal, just it'll
Right.
roll the, all right, you knock her out.
Oh, I think I targeted her, so I took that
That's
off.
okay.
My
That's okay. I'm not worried about the amount of damage
okay.
that she had because you're not intending to kill her at this point.
Okay.
She falls blissfully asleep. And then as soon as she does, I need everybody to give me a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw, but I'm not good at those.
Main tab, right hand side, charisma. Double click it.
Oh,
I'm the new leader
Goma,
for
I'm gonna
charisma
give you an
saves.
inspiration, and we pay that from last time.
Yeah, I kind of want to take my inspiration on. I don't know what's going on here.
Go Guma, I'm giving you a inspiration from prepaid
uh-huh.
from last time.
Thank you. I will attempt. Uh,
All right,
no,
Loon.
no. I appreciate it. It was not.
I
I
should
rolled
make.
two nat ones last session and another two nat ones this session. I am. And those were also 2 nat 1s in a row last session.
All right, Loon and Tanya are horrified as. Oh, it is a charm effect, by the way. So if anybody has advantage on
Oh, good.
this one, is a charm effect.
So I made the save and I'm
You're good.
terrified.
No. You're not terrified. You're what they're about to do is freaking you out a little bit. Now I'll explain it in a minute.
Does
Uh,
it count as I have Fey? It's not a charmed condition, right?
it will be, yeah.
Um, Bugbears have Fey ancestry, so I had advantage on saving throws to avoid or end the charmed condition.
All right, so you rolled 2 dice. That was a failure. Go ahead and roll again with advantage of saving throw.
Okay. Advantage. See, maybe that DM inspiration wasn't completely front on. Let's see.
Exactly.
Oh,
I'll
a
use
Uh,
my
13. Well,
inspiration to
I'll find
roll
out.
again with
all you needed was
advantage.
a 13. So you're good, Bill
Okay.
Goodwin.
Oh, good. Oh, good. It only took
Uh,
me 4 dice to get there, so I
All
do
right.
appreciate it.
So now you're going to use DM inspiration to reroll.
all
You're
right.
good. You're good. So
Yeah, I think I'm gonna use inspiration too. Did I fail? 8.
8. Yeah, you need a 13.
Oh.
All right. I
You're
see
not
Dirt.
a charismatic group.
Dirt. I see you made a charisma check as well. Were you trying to make a second save, or what's up?
Yeah, I have Fey ancestry too, and then I just clicked the wrong
Ah,
one.
no.
I can do the other one again if you
We'll
want.
keep the dice roll. The modifier is the same. We'll keep the dice roll. I'm not going to steal a 20 from you. Okay. So in that case, just Vaughn and let's see, Varnir and Ebder.
I think me too. I had an 8.
Okay, right, yeah. Varnir. Okay, so where's yours? Where's I'm not seeing it? There it is.
Do Corrosia and Curio make
Yeah,
the save?
yeah. They'll need to make one.
All right. And they are not immune to charm.
Right.
Uh, so Corrosia gets a -2, which still passes. Curio gets a +1, so succeeds.
All right. Those of you that fail, which does not include either of the 2 NPCs. Well, the third one is asleep. But the 2 that are awake, that have been trying to figure out what's going on along with you. Um, those of you that fail, everyone else kind of looks at you horrified as you start to stand and you start to you're singing all together the Shemshime rhyme and sort of dancing and you start you hook arm in arm and dance and kick like you're the Rockettes on Broadway and sort of putting on a little show. Um, you'll be doing that for the next little while.
Can Gogoma do? Can I do one more thing?
Sure.
Thinking about the rhyme, can Gogoma look around and maybe do a perception check specifically at any shadows that seem strange?
Sure.
So the rhyme they keep talking about mentions the shadow.
Mhm.
Dirty 20?
Yeah. So the good news is that you're not distracted by the dancing because you're trying to look around and your perception you do catch shadows moving from every corner toward the party, and that is where we will pick up next week. Those of you who are dancing, I'm going to note that in the combat tracker here because you'll still be dancing next week when the shadows attack. Let's see, that is Gimbal, right?
Yep.
And Dirt made theirs, and Vaughn is
Yeah.
dancing. All right.
Yeah. dancing for a week. I don't think I have the constitution.
Right? Make the Constitution save throw. All right. Well, good session, you guys. I apologize for the technical troubles.
As expected with the updates.
Well, they do an update every week, and sometimes usually, if anything, it's buggy at worst. It's normally not this dramatic.